Hey everyone, welcome back to the Gregarious Technology channel. Today we're diving into Microsoft Intune, your all-in-one cloud-based solution for managing devices and apps securely. Whether you're an IT admin or just getting started, or whether you want to sharpen your skills, this is the beginner's guide that has everything you need. Here's what we'll be covering. What is Intune? Key terminology, requirements and licensing, Intune portal tour, device enrollment, compliance policies, configuration profiles, app deployment, monitoring and reports, common mistakes, tips and best practices, and then ultimately a demo with a lot of these features. So we'll define these as we go along, get into the details and put some context to them. So let's jump right into it. So what is Intune? By definition, Microsoft Intune is a cloud-based endpoint management solution that lets you manage devices, apps, and security policies all from a single console. It helps IT administrators manage access to company resources and protect sensitive data. That's an important point. Protect sensitive data across various devices, including mobile phones, tablets, and laptops. So think of it as your centralized control panel for Windows, Mac OS, iOS, and Android devices, no matter where your users are. Some of the main key benefits include features and components that facilitate things such as endpoint management, app management and configuration of those apps, user and device security, compliance management. For example, if you're a government contractor or municipality and you have compliance regulations and some other industries as well, such as HIPAA, NIST, DFARS, ITAR, CMMC, etc., you need to make sure that your devices are compliant according to these regulations of the industry. Continuing on with the key benefits, integration with the other Microsoft services, such as Entra ID, the Microsoft 365 apps, simplified IT management, and support for zero trust security. Think about it. Would you want to risk corporate data leakage, such as contacts and proprietary data to users' personal iCloud and Google Drive storage? So Microsoft Intune is an all-in-one cloud solution designed to address and manage all of these different aspects and much more. In order to understand the components of Microsoft Intune, we have to talk about some of the key terminology. So let's break down a few key terms. Most importantly, and generally speaking, MDM is all about managing the device itself, while MAM focuses on securing the company data inside the apps, which is especially useful for BYOD, bring your own device setups, devices that the user may own, but they want to access corporate data on. So the first key term is MDM, Mobile Device Management. Intune's MDM capabilities allow organizations to manage and secure entire devices, including company-owned and personal devices, by enrolling them in Intune. This provides control over the device settings, security policies, app deployments, etc. And then there's MAM, Mobile Application Management. Intune's MAM features focus on protecting the data within the specific apps, the corporate apps, regardless of whether the device is managed through MDM. This is particularly useful for BYOD, bring your own device scenarios, where employees use personal devices for work accessing corporate company agency data. MAM is particularly useful for controlling the flow of data, such as backups, copying and pasting between personal and corporate profiles on BYOD devices, etc. It's also capable of wiping corporate data only when a user is terminated or when a device is lost or stolen. It's essentially your gatekeeper to your to protect your corporate data. So in essence, MAM silos the corporate data into a separate profile than personal data on mobile devices. Compliance policies contain discrete sets of platform-specific rules. So you might have a compliance policy for iOS, for Android, and for Windows. And these rules and settings you deployed to groups of users and devices or devices. Devices evaluate the rules in the policy to report a device and its compliance status. It reports it either as compliant or non-compliant. So a non-compliant status can result in one or more actions for non-compliance. By default, the only actions it can take on a device that's non-compliant without a conditional access policy is to mark it as non-compliant or to send an email that is non-compliant. This is very important to understand that a compliance policy by itself cannot block a device from having access to corporate data. So, Microsoft conditional access policies can also use that status to block access to organizational resources from that device. So we tie the compliance status into conditional access policies as a requirement to say if the device is non-compliant, then we're going to block access to it. That's typically how we do it. So it's important to understand that a compliance policy by itself doesn't take an action of blocking access to corporate data. You need to go into a conditional access policy, create a conditional access policy, and say that if the device is not compliant, they won't have access to corporate data. And next we have configuration profiles. Configuration profiles are used to manage and configure various settings on unenrolled devices. These settings can include device restrictions, which are probably most commonly used with configuration profiles. Things such as they must have a PIN of a certain length, numeric, alphanumeric, PIN must be reset after a certain amount of time. The device has to be at a certain protection level with the device security, etc. So those security settings such as endpoint protection, network configuration such as VPN and wireless, and much more. Those are all in the configuration profile settings that you can configure. They allow administrators to enforce policies and ensure devices are configured according to organizational standards. And then we have conditional access policies, which we alluded to earlier. They control access to corporate resources, such as Microsoft Office, Microsoft 365, based upon device compliance and other conditions, ensuring only trusted users, devices, and apps can access sensitive data, corporate data, company data. It leverages Microsoft Entra ID's conditional access capabilities, so you can actually get into conditional access through Intune or Entra. That's what that is alluding to. But they're both the same. It's the same behind the scenes. And Intune's device management and compliance policies to enforce security policies. And that's what I was alluding to earlier, is that conditional access really is the lock. And one of the conditions in conditional access policies is if the device is not compliant, we can block access. That's the skeleton of Microsoft Intune and the core components. Of course, we would be amiss if we didn't talk about requirements and licensing for Microsoft Intune. You'll need a Microsoft 365 subscription that includes Intune, like the Business Premium, or the A3, A5 for education, or the E3, E5 for enterprise licenses. Make sure that your users are either cloud users or synced from Active Directory with Azure Active Directory through Entra Connect, if they're synced, and assign the appropriate license. Alternatively, you can purchase add-on licenses such as the Plan 1 P1 or the Plan 2 P2 as per your needs. So let's say you didn't need everybody to have an E3 license. Maybe some of your employees are shop floor workers and they don't need Intune. Well, then you could possibly just have lower plans and then purchase the add-ons just to the users that need Intune. So consider that as an option. I've included the link below, which will give you the information on all of the compatible Intune licenses. So if we were to take a look at that link, you would see all of the compatible licenses listed here, all the different subscriptions. So you could take a look at that. To view your current list of subscriptions, you would go to admin.microsoft.com. You would go to billing. Expand that. Then you would go to licenses. Click on that. And you'll see your current licenses and subscriptions. Also, make sure that the account you're logging into Azure has the correct admin role. Usually that's going to be either a global admin or the Intune administrator role. So if it's a global administrator role, obviously that has control over all of Office 365 and Azure, for most of it anyways. That would cover all the necessary permissions for Intune and Entra and everything you have to do. And remember, there's some parts of Intune that require conditional access and creating groups and managing users and creating dynamic device groups and stuff like that you might not have access to if you only have the Intune administrator role. So the Intune administrator role gives you full administrator role for Intune. But if you have only the Intune administrator role, then you might want to consider also having the role of conditional access administrator, Otherwise, you might have to rely on others who have that role to configure the conditional access policies. User administrator role, and this is important, again, to create the groups that you need and manage users for the licensing, to assign, create and assign those groups for Intune, and then cloud device administrator. So there's pretty much two ways to assign these roles for Intune. You could either use privileged identity management, which is called PAM for short, to assign these roles, and PAM allows you to assign them for a discrete amount of time and allow authorization and acknowledgement and all that kind of stuff, and expiration in a highly secure environment. Or those roles can be assigned directly in Entra. So if we were going to assign those roles directly through Entra, we would go to portal.azure.com. We would go to Microsoft Entra ID. We would go to roles and administrators. We would search for the role. And select that role. Then we would click on Add Assignments and just add the members to that role. And that's all there is to it. So as a recap, remember to have the right subscription and number of licenses available. Assign those licenses to the users that you want to have managed by Intune. And then make sure that the administrators in your organization have the correct role and only as much permissions as they needed according to the RBAC least permissions model for what they need to do. Let's familiarize ourselves with the Intune portal. At this point, we'll just learn where to navigate to go in order to manage various features and components of Intune. We'll dive deeper into each topic in subsequent sections. So open a browser and go to intune.microsoft.com to begin. On the left, you'll find sections for devices, apps, users, endpoint security, reports, and more. So let's start with the dashboard. The dashboard serves as a central point for IT administrators to oversee device enrollment, application deployments, configuration settings, and monitor overall the device health and compliance. The dashboard provides a comprehensive view of the organization's endpoint environment, enabling proactive management and troubleshooting. It's basically a quick check on status and health for Intune. If you notice, there is an option to edit your dashboard. If we click on that, we're able to move the tiles around as we please and add other tiles by selecting the categories and the resource types, and then dragging those available to the tile section. We can also delete by hovering over any individual tile and clicking on the delete button. And then when you're done, go ahead and click save. Devices is one of the most important, one of the three most important categories on the list on the left-hand side. Much of what we're going to be dealing with in this video is going to be underneath the devices category. Notice that there are some quick buttons right here to manage your devices up top, but also on the left-hand side, if you go by platform, they're also on the left-hand side. Under by platform. So we're currently underneath overview, but if you go to monitor and by platform, they're also on the left-hand side. If we go to all devices, we're going to find all of our devices in our organization for all platforms with some summary information. You can add or remove columns, and you can also filter. So let's say I wanted to filter by operating system, and I only want to see Windows devices. I could do that. And if we click on the device name, we're going to get all the information about that device. Now, we'll get into this during the demo section after we configure, well, we'll actually get into it when we do device compliance configuration and also the demo section. So we're not going to go through these categories yet, but we'll just realize that you can get all the information for any device by clicking on the device itself. So if we wanted to go back, we just simply click on devices to get back to devices. And we could clear the filter by Xing it out and get back to all of our filters. We can also search by name. So if I knew the name of the device, we could search and get to that device easily. So let's say we had thousands of devices and I just wanted to not filter. I wanted to just search for the device. That's how we do it. Of course, instead of filtering by operating system in all devices, we could go by platform and view the devices by platform. Notice we have an export, so we could export those devices to a CSV file and choose what kind of data we want in either all devices or by platform. So next, we'll take a look underneath device onboarding at enrollment and see what's in there. We will discuss in a subsequent section enrollment in more details, but just taking a look at where things are at. Automatic enrollment, we take a look at what's in there. We've got the URLs for the automatic enrollment inside of there. CNAME validation inside of there. What you're going to find is a section where you can test your domain name, your vanity domain name, and see if the DNS records for your CNAME records are created inside of your DNS registrar that are required for MDM. co-management settings, that deals with co-management between Intune and SCCM, which is now called MECM, System Center Configuration Manager. Co-management between managing devices with Active Directory on-premise, SCCM, and Intune. And I'll probably create a whole separate video on co-management in the future. Don't have one yet, but keep a lookout for that. You would have to basically create a profile for the settings on that. And this is where you'd find that. Device platform restrictions are found here as well. And again, we'll be getting into this when we talk about enrollment. But that's where you're going to find the device restrictions by platform. And these are basically what types of devices you want to be able to enroll, and whether you want to allow corporate devices only or personal devices. So if you click through the settings on this, you're going to find all those settings there. And there is the device limit restriction. So if we go in there and take a look, you can see how many devices you allow per each user to enroll in Intune. Now, the maximum is 15. You can't assign any more than 15. So you can take this to any, anything up to 15. And then there's Windows Hello for Business. Now, this is the Azure-only version of Windows Hello for Business. If they're just Azure enrolled, how you can configure this, it's very straightforward. We're not going to get into this in this video, but this is where you'd find it. I will probably in the future, again, have videos on Windows Hello for Business, whether you're using Azure or hybrid, but this is underneath enrollment. If you're just doing the Azure joined only version of Windows Hello for Business, pretty straightforward. And then notice we have a whole section on autopilot. Autopilot is really for the out-of-the-box experience when a user has a computer refresh or is getting a new computer. How do we make that really efficient and automated and push all the apps and all that kind of stuff and configure the machine? I do have a separate video that goes in depth into autopilot. So if you're interested in that, take a look at the link I've provided below for the video on that. It's complex and it's beyond the scope of this video. Now notice we were on the Windows tab up top. We're not going to go over Apple and Android because we'll go over those later in different sections. But I do want to point out a couple of other ones. The corporate device identifiers, if we click on that, what this allows us to do, in the absence of using policies with Apple Business Manager and Samsung Knox Administrator Portal to import our devices as corporate devices, we can manually specify devices as corporate devices. And that allows us much more control over the devices. So if we click on Add, we have a couple of choices. We can upload a CSV file, and we can say, okay, what is the identifier? Serial number, IMEI, or the manufacturer, model, and serial number. And if we're going to stick with the serial number and hover over this, it's going to tell us how to format our CSV file. So not too much to get into this. It's pretty straightforward. You select how you want to do it, and then create the CSV file and select the file after it's been properly formatted. That's if you want to do it in bulk. If you want to do it manually one at a time, you can also do that, and it's pretty much the same thing. You just, instead of using a CSV, you're manually inputting into the fields the data that's required. And again, it'll give you some links on some more information on how to do that. And lastly, underneath enrollment, we have something called device enrollment managers. And let me hop over to the description of that. We take a look at that. What is a device enrollment manager? A device enrollment manager, DEM, is a non-administrator user who can enroll devices in Intune. Device enrollment managers are useful when you need to enroll and prepare many devices for distribution. People signed into a DEM account can enroll and manage up to 1,000 devices, while standard non-admin accounts can only enroll 15. So if you want some more information on that, just look up device enrollment managers, and there's a whole article on it. So if we wanted to specify an account that could enroll devices for users so that the user wouldn't have to do it themselves, then you would go in here to device enrollment manager and then add the user, search for the user right here, and then add them. So for instance, I could do and then just add that user. Important point that we just saw right here, that user is not licensed with an Intune license. That user has to actually have an Intune license to be a DEM, device enrollment manager. So very important to realize that. So our next category list, managed devices, is probably the most critical and important section underneath devices in the Microsoft Intune Admin Center. It's really the meat and potatoes of how do we configure and make our devices compliant to our needs for our organization. We've already defined these list items in our key terminology, but let's take a look at what they'd look like from the portal perspective and what you're going to find underneath there. First off is configuration. So if we click on that, we're going to see all of the configuration policies. Now, if people call them configuration profiles, that's understandable. I still call them configuration profiles because Microsoft, as you know, changes their terminology all the time. Initially, they call them configuration profiles, but now, and they still do, but now when you go to create, They call them policies. Figures Microsoft. Anyways, you're going to see all the existing policies, profiles, whatever you want to call them, and the ability to create new policies. So I do want to jump ahead just a little bit for an explanation, because what happened was the endpoint security is a relatively new component console in Intune. It didn't used to exist, and it has newer features specific to endpoint security, but on the back end, it creates a configuration profile. So anything, I'm going to jump ahead here, bear with me. If we go to endpoint security and we create let's say an antivirus or disk encryption or firewall or EDR endpoint detection and response, or ASR attack surface reduction or account protection, or even conditional access is different. They're actually on the back end going to configure a configuration profile or policy underneath configuration, and vice versa. If you create a configuration profile that has to deal with security, it's going to show up underneath endpoint security. So my recommendation is that if you're dealing with any kind of security profile that is in the endpoint security, create it in endpoint security because it's newer and has more features than the configuration profile itself. But either way, they'll show up in both. But for all other configuration profiles that don't have to deal with endpoint security, you're going to come to where we were. Again, I'm going to point it out, is devices and configuration. And you're going to create a configuration policy / profile. So for instance, this ASR rules and the BitLocker Windows and Microsoft Defender Antivirus and Windows EDR and Windows Labs, I did not create through the configuration policies that we see here. I actually created those through endpoint security, and they're still going to show up through the configuration policies. I know it's confusing, but my advice is, for any security stuff that shows up in endpoint security, configure those through endpoint security and not through the configuration profile. Everything else, configure through the devices and configuration. That's not a security policy. Sounds clear as mud, right? But if you keep that in mind, go to the endpoint security for security stuff and any other kind of configuration stuff that you want to do. Go to devices and manage devices and configuration, then you'll be okay. So we're not actually going to take a look at these at this point because we have a subsequent module on specifically configuration policies, and we'll go through all the settings and see what settings are available. But just realize that this is where you would configure this as we're going through the Intune portal tour. Next is compliance. This is where you create all of your compliance policies. You may have just a default. You may have to create separate compliance policies and assign them to different groups or users. But again, we are going to go into detail in a subsequent module on how to configure this. Next, we have conditional access. Those are our conditional access policies. So if we go here and then go to policies, we'll see all of our policies listed right here. And then we could always go and create a new conditional access policy. So again, in a subsequent module, we'll kind of overview this, but I do have a couple of separate in-depth videos on this because it is kind of complex. We'll cover the basics in this video, but check out the links below for a in-depth video on and more information on how to fully configure conditional access policies. I do want to point out a very important feature that's very useful for assessing the conditional access policies, the sign-in logs. If you go to the sign-in logs, you can review the status of the conditional access policies with sign-ins. So, notice a few things. It'll tell you the user. It'll tell you the status. And it'll tell you the application used to sign in through your conditional access policy. And if you scroll over, it will tell you whether it used multi-factor authentication or not. Now, another important thing to point out about this is the add filters. You could filter by user. You could filter by many things, such as conditional access, or status. Status is a good one. You could click on status and say failure. I want to see the failures or interrupted. And in my case, there's no failures that are interrupted. So a lot of options here, a lot of things to filter on. This is really intended to help you troubleshoot if your conditional access policies are working, where they're failing, all that kind of stuff. So let's go back to devices, underneath manage devices, and take a look at scripts and remediation. This is a nice feature. So if we go to the tab for platform scripts, it allows us to add in this case, a Windows 10 or later PowerShell script. And since we're not going to cover this in a separate section because it's pretty straightforward, we'll just cover it now. You just got to locate the script the PowerShell script that you created as a PS1 file. And you want to run this as administrator, so you select no on this. I typically do not force a signature check on scripts I write because it wouldn't work. And then say yes in 64-bit PowerShell script host. And then you would just next all the way through this and assign it, and it would work. So that's where you would do PowerShell scripts. It's pretty straightforward. You want to test your script first, make sure it works. And scripts will only run one time. They won't run, consecutively over and over again. So let's get out of this. And let's take a look at group policy analytics. In a nutshell, what this allows you to do is to export group policy objects from Active Directory, and then you import them into Intune. You analyze them to see how many of the settings are actually going to be working or allowed in Intune. So if we clicked here, where it says MDM support, it would go through each setting of the group policy and tell us whether it's going to work or not. And then once we analyzed it, we can make a decision on whether we want to actually import it. And we could actually import that group policy from Active Directory into Intune and save us a lot of time. So again, I do have a whole separate video because this is, again, a bit beyond the scope and an advanced topic. So if you're interested in this feature, check out the link below. And we'll get out of this and go back to devices and manage devices. So now we're moving on to managing updates. If we look on the left-hand side underneath manage updates, we can manage Windows updates, Apple updates, and Android FOTA, firmware over the air deployments. Starting with Windows updates, we're going to see several different components and options inside here. Up top at the first tab, the releases is just really informational, very basic stuff. We're just getting information on the Windows Update releases and the deployment status and progress. And if we hit refresh, it'll tell us the progress. It'll tell us how many quality updates and feature updates are downloaded in the progress of those. Moving on to update rings. Clicking on that. These are update rings for Windows 10 and later. This policy is a collection of settings that configures when Windows devices that run Windows 10 or Windows 11 updates get installed. You can create several update rings. For example, you might create one for immediate delivery, no deferrals, and targeted to test devices to make sure that the updates don't cause any issues. and then another with deferrals to production devices after you validated that the test devices, the updates that you've applied, actually don't cause any issues, and run smoothly and get all the updates and all that kind of stuff. Another example of a separate update ring would be an update ring exclusively for upgrades of Windows 10 to Windows 11 in no other settings, and targeting those Windows 10 devices only. Because upgrades from Windows 10 to Windows 11 is one of the options in an update ring. So if we take a look at the default update ring I've created for demonstration purposes, and take a look at the settings in there, scrolling down, well, actually before that, it's nice because you can view the report. You get a quick checklist right here about, the success, conflicts, errors, all that kind of stuff, and you can click on view report. I'm actually not targeting any devices in this right now. It's just for demonstration purposes, so you're not going to get anything in the report. But that's a very, very useful section to be aware of, to check and see the status of that update ring. So now scrolling down, if we take a look at the settings, we'll see the settings right here that I've actually deployed in this policy. You get an idea of the different types of settings that you can deploy in an update ring. But I want to take a little deeper look at the options in some of these settings. So because I've already created this, I'm going to go to Edit. And by the way, we're going into a little bit more detail in the portal tour on this because it's pretty straightforward, and we're not going to have a subsequent module on this. Pretty straightforward. So we'll just cover the update settings in the portal tour. They're pretty straightforward. So obviously, we're going to want to allow Microsoft product updates. As far as the Windows driver updates, that's up to you. Allow or block. You could have a separate update ring for driver updates and target different devices for that, and have different deferrals, or just test it to a target group, and then decide whether you want to push that out to production or not. That's totally configurable and up to you. This example is more like a production deployment of an update ring. So for quality updates, I defer them for 7 days. In case there's an issue, then I can remediate that. Same thing with feature updates. And the idea is that I'd have another update ring that would deploy to test devices before this update ring kicks in. You can make it 15, 30 days. Wouldn't make it much longer than probably 15 though. Here's the option to upgrade Windows 10 to Windows 11. I suggest maybe creating a separate update ring just for that and targeting only the Windows 10 devices, and basically not configuring much else in here, having a separate ring for that. You can set the update uninstall period, as we have 10 days in my example to uninstall those feature updates. In my example, I have not configured pre-release builds. However, if you choose to enable that, you're going to have this option box list on whether you want the release preview, the beta channel, or the dev channel. And again, if you choose this as an option, this might be a separate update ring targeted to test computers only. I wouldn't do this on all production computers right off the bat, especially with pre-release builds. So this is a prime example of when you would have a separate update ring just for pre-release builds to test them. So we'll leave that at not configured. You have several options for automatic update behavior. I chose auto install at maintenance time, which gives us the options for specifying active hours start and active hours end. So the maintenance time would be outside of those hours. Those are your working hours. So if you choose auto install at maintenance time, it would be outside of the active hours. You also have just notify download, auto install, and restart at maintenance time. Auto install and restart at scheduled time. Auto install and reboot without end user control, or reset to default. And you can have different options depending on what you choose for your update behavior. I've set my policy to disable the end users from pausing Windows updates. Of course, you could enable that, but I don't like that. I do like the idea that users can check for Windows updates at any point. The change notification in this policy, I set it to the default update notifications, but you do have several options in there. Turn off all notifications and excluding restart, so they'd only get a restart warning once all the updates have been downloaded and installed. And you also have the option to turn off all notifications, including restart warnings, and they won't receive any notifications as the end user. I do like to set deadline settings so that I can enforce if the user keeps pausing or whatever, the updates, ultimately the security updates essentially, or most importantly, need to be applied. So I like to say aloud. And so for feature updates, just as an example, I've said 15 days. Deadline for quality updates, 7. And a grace period of 1 day. After these deadlines have expired, they have a grace period of 1 day. Otherwise, it's going to auto reboot, which is shown right here. And those are all available settings for the update rings. So if we go back to Windows Updates, at the top tab, let's take a look at feature updates now. So the feature updates for Windows 10 and later, this policy updates devices to the Windows version for example, 24H2 for Windows 11 that you specify, and then freezes that feature set version on those devices. So you could set several feature updates as they come out, and if you do that, then the devices that you target are going to stay on that feature update until you do a new feature update policy. And of course, target devices with a device group or user group or whatever. So taking a look at my example right here, the default features, feature updates, which I've already created. And if I go to view my deployment settings, we can see which options are available. Very, very limited. But basically, you're just defining which feature update you want to update them to. And as new feature updates become available, then there'll be new feature updates in the list. So the only real selection here that's important is right here, feature update to deploy. And then of course, initially you might want to just do this to a test group of devices. And then when all is tested and validated just fine, then you can move it on to production. So again, you could have multiple feature updates and deploy them to different target groups. So doing that, if we take a look at our current selections here, we have up to the latest version of Windows 11. And of course, Windows 10, the latest version as well. But as we know, Windows 10 is either out of support at this point or going out of support. So as new feature updates become available in Microsoft, this list will update. So let's go back and take a look at the top tabs again and take a look at quality updates. What are those? Okay. So quality updates expedite the install of the most recent Windows 10 and Windows 11 security updates without the need to pause or edit existing monthly servicing policies. So these are expedited updates outside of your normal policies. Now notice, if you see up top here, I'm getting a warning that says creating quality update policies requires specific licensing. Learn more about prerequisites and quality update policies. I don't have an appropriate license. If I went to go ahead and try to create quality update policy or an expedite policy, I'm not able to do that. So you could click on this and see what the prerequisites are. Probably at least an E3 and E5, which I currently don't have, but you can check that out. And just pointing out, right here it tells us that Windows 10 is reaching end of support on October 14th, 2025. To stay protected, upgrade to Windows 11 or purchase extended security updates, ESU. Now remember, in our update rings, we can actually create a ring to upgrade Windows 10 to Windows 11 and do this through Intune. Totally automated. Pretty cool feature. But of course, I'm going to sound a little bit like a broken record. Never, ever just do update rings to production, all production computers right off the bat. Any update ring you create, I would first create one for testing, piloting to a security group that includes only test computers, and that's the target assignment. And then test it out for, I don't know, a good week or two, maybe even a month, and try to blow it up, see if there's any issues. And then target production computers with an assignment after that. So let's move on to Apple updates. At the top, let's start with the tab for iOS, iPad OS update policies. I haven't actually created any in my own tenant, either for demonstration or for production. So they're pretty straightforward, but let's just go through the motions here to see what the options are. Okay. So for iOS and iPad OS, there's really only two options: the version to install and the scheduled type. That's it. That's all you really need, though. Now, you could have several different iOS policies and target different devices and different device groups. It depends on your organization and your needs. Taking a look at the version to install. Again, this list is going to be updated as the iOS updates come into play and get updated. But you can choose the version that you want to update these devices with. Again, you might want to have a test pilot device group and have one iOS policy that you test out with test devices, and then bring another policy. When you validate that and fully test it, you can bring that policy into production, or have a separate policy for production that you don't assign until later. And then you also have the schedule type. And taking a look at that, the options are update at next check-in, update, which is not going to have any options. If you leave it at that, it's just going to say next time it checks in, update it. That's it. No options. But if you say update during scheduled time, then you're going to have your time zone. You're going to have, you can select your time zone, and then you're going to have your time window. So this is basically your maintenance window. When, which time zone am I in according to UTC. And then according to that UTC time zone, when is my maintenance window start? The start day, and the start time, end day, and end time. And it's pretty much the same thing with outside of time, scheduled time. So it just depends on how you configure this. Okay, let's go back to Apple updates. Let's go back up to the top, and this time we're going to choose the tab for the Mac OS update policies. Now, you're going to have quite a few more settings in these, they call them profiles, but really they're policies. Because obviously a full-blown operating system like Mac OS has a lot more options than a mobile device operating system as far as updates and all that kind of stuff and control. So if we create a profile, and take a look at the available options and settings. First, taking a look at the critical updates options. We have download and install, download only, install immediately, notify only, or install later. So let's say we choose download and install. Well, that's what it's going to do. Notify only. That's what it's going to do. Pretty much self-explanatory. Again, you might want to have separate update profiles for this and target different devices, all depending on your needs, but always test or pilot first to make sure there's no adverse effects and you validated all the settings. Next, we have firmware updates. And pretty much all the same options. And same thing with the configuration file updates. Pretty much all the same options. And again, with all other updates, pretty much all the same options. We do have the schedule type. And clicking on those settings, those options, update it next check-in is not going to have any options. We would have to do the same thing we would do with an iOS or iPad OS operating system if we wanted to schedule it. We'd have to choose this, choose our time zone, and choose our time window, just like we did with iOS and iPad OS. And that's pretty much all there is to the Ample updates for the Mac OS. So let's go back to Apple updates. And then there's just a monitor tab, but I'm not actually deploying any of this, but you could check on the status of all the Apple updates. And lastly, we have Android FOTA, firmware over the air. So it's important to realize that, first of all, you need a connector for this to work. And it has to be a corporate device, identified as a corporate device with a corporate enterprise management solution. So, for instance, Samsung Knox admin portal that you enrolled your devices in that manages them as corporate devices. Also notice that to use this add-on, you'll have to have a trial or buy licenses for this. If we click on Learn More, we will get some information on how this works. You can use Microsoft Intune to manage software updates on the following Android enterprise devices: fully managed, dedicated, and corporate-owned work profile devices. These are not BYOD devices. You have to have some sort of enterprise management solution for this to work. And so it'll bring you to the article on how to configure all of this stuff. Quite a bit to configure. We're not going to get into all that, but just know that it's an option. And you could read through this article to understand what's involved. And one last thing, you have to set up the connector, which is right here. So if you clicked on that, it would bring you to the space where you could set up the connector. But obviously you have to have all the prerequisites in management, enterprise management solutions in place, and the requirements to be able to do that. So now we will move on to device cleanup rules. And if we click on that, notice at the top there's a description on what these device cleanup rules do. Cleanup rules remove Intune enrolled devices that are inactive or unresponsive. These rules are applied every 24 hours. Once a device checks in again, it will still be enrolled without further actions from you. So basically, it's a cleanup. If devices have been removed from your organization and you forgot to remove them from Intune, or if the device is lost or stolen and the user cannot authenticate, to remove it from Intune enrollment as a security measure. However, let's consider the case that a user is on sabbatical or a leave of absence, and then they return. Well, as soon as they log back in, the user would authenticate, and then the device would become active and re-enrolled without any further action needed on your part. So if we take a look at a rule that I've got in place right now and take a look at what I've got configured in that rule, it basically says the platform is Android personally owned work profile. So this is BYOD devices that they have a work profile on for work corporate data. And it says if they haven't checked in 30 days, then clean up that device from enrollment. And when we clean it up from enrollment, it basically no longer becomes a managed device. And thus, if you have your conditional access policy set up correctly, if it's not enrolled and doesn't fit the rules of the conditions of the conditional access policy, then that device would not be able to gain access to corporate data. Unless, of course, that device comes back online, the user authenticates, and it re-enrolls. So if we go back to device cleanup rules, and create, we will see that we can create a rule for device cleanup for any of the device operating systems that can enroll into. And Android device administrator is legacy. This is the current one. iOS, iPad OS, Mac OS, Windows, holographic, TV OS, all those operating systems. And that is pretty much all there is to explain about that. other than you just specify the operating system in older than X number of days to have it clean up out of enrollment. That's all there is to the policy. So now we're moving out of the parent category on the left menu of devices to apps. Let's click on that. So I want to point out that we have two main sub-menus underneath apps: platforms and manage apps. We also have all apps. So from all apps or platforms, that's really where you're going to deploy apps for any operating system. So if you go to all apps, we'll see that we can create an app for pretty much any type of operating system that Intune can deploy apps to. But if we want to just kind of narrow it down, and of course you're going to see all apps that are deployed underneath all apps. You can create apps from all apps. But if we want to go to the predefined filters for the operating systems for each one of those, it just gives us a more narrowed filtered view for both viewing those apps by platform and creating apps by platform. Notice in all apps that we have some filters will help us sort through the information. We can sort by assigned to see the assigned. So if we went to assigned, we could see assigned apps only or unassigned apps. Helps us filter, oh wait, we didn't assign this app yet, or we've assigned this app. We could also filter by platform and date added. Date added is kind of nice because then we can see how old these assignments are and if the apps need to be updated, or the most recent ones, so we can see on the ones we just recently deployed. If we click on any single app that we have created, we can get a status on the deployment. So this one has been superseded by another app. We haven't deployed it, so we're not getting much information from this. Moving back, we'll take a look at this version of 7-zip that superseded it. It's a newer version, and take a look at that deployment. And again, there's nothing inside of here. Let's take a look at Microsoft Word for Android. Take a look at the status on that. And you can see it says 2 installed, 0 not installed, 0 failed, 0 pending, 0 not applicable. And you could actually click on the status and get some more information on the devices or users that it was installed to. And it's pretty much the same thing if you filter underneath platforms. You get the same information. Same type of filters, just minus the operating system type. you'll still be able to create. We'll go through this when we go through the subsequent module on creating apps, so we're not going to go through this right now. But it's just a way to isolate by operating system on the apps, to view which apps have been deployed and their status, and to deploy new apps, no matter whether you go to all apps or by platform. So underneath Manage Apps, we have Configuration. And a configuration is called a configuration profile for your applications. And it allows you to configure apps that you have already deployed to configure certain settings on those apps. So for instance, I configured something called Smart Switch. And what it really does is if we take a look at that, it configures the settings for that application and pushes it out, assigns it, and then pushes it out after assignment to whatever group or users or devices in those groups or groups, and with that configuration. So if you wanted to configure an app after you push it, you would go to app configuration and you would configure the settings for that application and assign it, and those configurations would be pushed out to that app for that group assignment. Again, we'll get into some more detail when we go through apps in a subsequent module. And then we have protection. These are app protection policies, also known as MAM, Microsoft Application Management. And yes, we'll get into more detail in the apps module about this, but this is controlling apps at the app level, not at the device level. This comes in particularly handy with BYOD devices where you cannot control the device itself, but you want to control the flow of company data as we defined earlier in our terminology between your corporate data and your personal data. So this is where you configure MAM. And MAM can come in two flavors. You can use MAM with enrolled devices or without enrollment, where BYOD devices are not managed and you're simply controlling the apps themselves, and the company portal app does not actually enroll the device, it just manages the apps. Taking a look at app selective wipe, that allows us to either create a wipe request for all company data for a user, and what we just looked at was underneath wipe requests for app selective wipe, or we can go to user level wipe and do a user level wipe per user instead of per device. So now we're moving on to the parent category of endpoint security in the main list in Intune on the left-hand side. Endpoint security provides a central location for managing various security policies and settings across your managed devices. It allows you to configure and deploy security settings for antivirus, firewall, disk encryption, attack surface reduction, account protection, and more. When you create policies here, they will show up underneath configuration policies because on the back end, they're just configuration policies. But this is the front end, the new way to create the security policies that are specifically configuration policies as security policies. I highly recommend that you create these policies here instead of using an endpoint protection configuration profile template. When we get to configuration profiles, you'll see what I'm talking about. It allows you, when you do it in this method, in this fashion, to focus on each separate security component. It includes, each of these components include additional security components and updated features and settings that you might not find specifically in the configuration policies separately. It allows you to focus on each separate security component and includes additional security components and updated features and settings. First, we have the antivirus, endpoint protection, endpoint security settings. And you're going to find a status of the endpoints that this is delivered to up top. And you can click on that and get some more details and information on also active malware, if there's any active malware found. But specifically, we're talking about creating a policy for an antivirus policy. And if you see here, I've already got one configured. So if we click on that, and we go down to the configuration settings that I've already deployed and edit those, we can see what kind of settings are available in an antivirus endpoint security policy. We're talking about archive scanning, behavior monitoring, cloud protection, removable drive scanning, network drive scanning, things such as UI access, user interface access, block levels, full scans, excluded processes, PUA protection, when to update the signatures, actions on certain levels of threats, schedules, all that kind of stuff. All that kind of stuff is included in your Microsoft Defender Antivirus security settings. And it's important to point out this is just for Microsoft Defender Antivirus. It does not manage any third-party antivirus solutions that you have. That's a whole separate topic. So let's go back and take a look at disk encryption. Most commonly, I deal with Windows encryption, which is BitLocker, but there is the possibility of creating disk encryption policies for Mac OS as well. So just keep that in mind. If we take a look at the settings that are available in BitLocker and the policy that I have. First of all, notice the status and user check-in up top. You can click on View Report to get more details. On each one of these that have received the policy from the targeted group. And all the individual settings in the policy that have actually succeeded or failed, and click on those to get more information. If there were a failure, you could check on the failure. Now you can do this from the device end as well, because that's all we're really doing when we dig down this bar, is we're looking at the device end. But if we go back into the policy and take a look at the available configuration settings from the policy that I've created, see all available settings. You'll see categories, and underneath each category there are various selections for general BitLocker settings, as well as each type of drive, whether it's an operating system drive or a fixed data drive or a movable drive. Now, I do have a whole separate video on this. I'm going to include the link below, so check that out. One of the nice features of using Intune is that it will save the recovery key information to Azure and Intune so that you can recover it, which is a heck of a lot easier than trying to use AD or manually record those. They're always recorded in Azure. So if a device, let's say we replaced a hard drive and all of a sudden it recognizes new hardware and you can't, or a motherboard or whatever, video card, whatever, and it triggers a BitLocker recovery, some sort of hardware, or there's a corruption of the hard drive or something, anything that could recover, trigger a recovery in BitLocker, and it's not booting, it's asking for the recovery key. Using this method and making sure that we do the right selections, that recovery key for that device will be stored in Azure, and we'll have no problem recovering that recovery key, locating and copying that recovery key. So for instance, if we went to that device inside of Intune, went to recovery keys, and then show recovery key, it'll actually show us the recovery key ID and the actual recovery key. We can show it, and then we can actually copy it. And then we could paste it and give it to the end user, or, just read it out loud to the end user, whatever. So again, for a full in-depth video on this, go to the link I pasted and check out that video. Next is Windows Firewall. I'll be honest, I almost never configure this for any customers. Typically, this is handled either through group policy with a simple group policy object that says, linked to the default domain that says turn off Windows Firewall for all computers, or to computers OUs, and not the servers OUs or domain controllers OUs, to turn off the Windows Firewall, because typically the firewall protection is at the router level, not the Windows level. Almost no organizations use this. But just be aware that you could create policies for Windows Firewall. And if we did that, again, we've got Mac OS, Windows for Configuration Manager if you're in co-management mode, but typically be Windows. And then we could do the firewall or the firewall rules. Firewall would just cover the general firewall settings, and the firewall rules is where you could implement specific rules. And that's just about all I'm going to say about this. And we have EDR, Endpoint Detection and Response. So going in there and scrolling down, just like many other Intune control panels, you've got a status up here. Windows Defender for Endpoint. We'll talk a little bit more about the integration with Windows Defender for Endpoint in a minute. But here we can see that one device is onboarded and one device is not onboarded to Windows Defender for Endpoint, which is not Intune. We can create a policy, and we can create a policy for Windows, Linux, Mac OS, or Windows in co-management mode with Configuration Manager, SCCM, MECM. So, taking a look at the policy that I've already created, again, a summary panel for device and user check-in status, and you can click on Report, View Report for more information. Scrolling down to take a look at the settings that I've already configured and available settings underneath configuration settings. There's really nothing in here other than how you onboard and how you share information with Microsoft. So taking a look at the description for the Defender for Endpoint Client Configuration Package type, it provides a description of EDR, Microsoft Defender for Endpoint Detection and Response, EDR, capabilities, provide advanced attack detections that are near real-time and actionable. Security analysts can provide alerts effectively, gain visibility into the full scope of a breach, and take response actions to remediate threats. That's what EDR is. Notice that my current configuration package type is onboard. And once you set that, you cannot change it. But if we go back and start a new policy for Windows for EDR, we can see the different options, onboard and offboard. It's very straightforward with very little options to configure. I would recommend if you're not familiar with EDR, do some research on it, but definitely want to deploy this as a security measure. Next is ASR, Attack surface reduction. We can create a new policy. Our only options are Windows or Windows Config Manager, which is SCCM, MECM, System Center Configuration Manager, if you guys aren't familiar with that yet. We'll take a look at my current ASR rules policy to see what I've configured and what's available. We do have the device user and check-in status and view report up top, which is pretty typical. Scrolling down, we can take a look at what I've configured and what's available through the configuration settings. So you get a pretty good idea of what ASR is all about through the available settings in here. Blocking scripts, macros, executable files, Office communication, a lot of stuff with Office and Adobe Reader with creating child processes and sub-processes, JavaScript, shell creation, signed processes, driver exploitation, more stuff on Office with executables and all that kind of stuff, ransomware. Executable content in email and webmail, controlled folder access, and all sorts of exceptions. So again, I would recommend that if you want some more information on ASR and, what it's all about, do your research. But some of these are pretty self-explanatory. You can always click on each one of these information icons and get more information on those. And you can always click on Learn More. It'll bring you to some more settings and information about those. But it's really dependent on your environment, what you need to run in your environment as absolutely necessary for production. My recommendation is if it's not necessary for production and you can block it as a risk, then go ahead and do that. And you can always go back in and change that setting. And as always, you never roll this out to production to begin with. You always start with a test or pilot group and see how it runs with all the applications and needs of the organization, see if we run into any issues and make accommodations and changes and then adjust and then try again. So let's go back to endpoint security. And now account protection. So in account protection, when we go to create a policy, we have several options, different types of policies. For Windows anyways. We can do an account protection policy, a local admin password solution lapse, or local group membership. Account protection and group membership are pretty self-explanatory. Most often what I see is a requirement or request to configure the local admin password solution lapse in Intune through the account protection in the endpoint security admin control panel. And so that's what I've configured, and we'll take a look at that. So opening up my configuration that I have for Labs already. Again, we see an overview of the device and user check-in status, and you can view the report. Scrolling down to take a look at the settings that are available and what I've configured in Labs. It's all about that local administrator account and how you want to set that up. So you're going to have a backup directory for, if we take a look here, it says use this setting to configure which directory the local admin account password is backed up to, and, several options. So we can back up that local admin account password to disabled, password will not be backed up, which is a default. And the same thing is not configured. Back up the password to Azure AD only or Active Directory only. And here's where you can rename that local admin account, which is highly recommended. You want to not use the default administrator name because it's a security risk. Everybody knows that the default name for Windows local admin login is administrator. And if that account is enabled, well, then they might be able to do a password spray attack or something like that on it. Security risk. So you simply type in a new name, and any computer that this policy is assigned to will get that renaming of the local administrator account. And you can choose a password complexity, all sorts of different options in there. Password length, how long it has to be. Post-authentication actions. And if we take a look at that, it says use this setting to specify the actions to take upon expiration of the configured grace period. If not specified, this setting will default to 3, reset the password, and log off the managed account. Our options are as such. And we've got the post-authentication actions. Post-authentication reset delay. And that's basically saying use this setting to specify the amount of time in hours to wait after an authentication, a successful authentication, before executing the specified post-authentication actions that we just set in the previous settings. If not specified, this setting will default to 24 hours. This setting has a minimum allowed value of 0 hours. This disables all post-authentication actions, so they won't take effect. This setting has a maximum allowed value of 24 hours. So if we go ahead and configure this, we can set the number of hours up to 24 that the post-authentication actions will kick in. And lastly, we have automatic account management enabled. Use this setting to specify whether automatic account management is enabled. If it is enabled, the target account will be automatically managed. Probably a good idea. If this setting is disabled, the target account will not be automatically managed. If not specified, this setting defaults to false. So taking a look at those, it's either managed automatically or not. So you want to plan a little bit, do a little bit of research on what you want to accomplish with LAPS, but it's a very powerful way to protect the local administrator account on devices. And going back to endpoint security, you'll see device compliance and conditional access listed here. I do not recommend configuring or managing those through here. Again, we'll do those through devices, and we'll see that in our modules as we go through them. As you know, Microsoft has a million ways to manage stuff sometimes, and in this case, I do not recommend managing them through here. And keep in mind, anything that you manage underneath manage on the back end is still going to go to either a configuration policy, which all of these are, or a compliance policy or conditional access policy, which these are. So if you configure them through here, it's still going to show up on the back end through the other underneath devices. I do, however, recommend, as I've recommended earlier, that any of the security stuff you do manage through here and not through devices. So lastly, let's talk a little bit about integration with Microsoft Defender for Endpoint. So in order to integrate Intune with Defender, Microsoft Defender for Endpoint, you have to click on this link, which will bring you to the Defender portal. Look for the settings in Defender for Endpoints and turn on the integration. And what that does is it allows your security settings that you're setting in here to be enforced by Microsoft Defender for Endpoint, so that as devices get onboarded to Microsoft Defender for Endpoint, they'll get these policies. Now, I am having an issue in my tenant showing you step by step how to get there, but ultimately, because I had an old connector years ago that just never got removed, and I don't feel like opening a Microsoft ticket to try to resolve it and redo it. But ultimately, what you're going to get to is a point in settings where you're going to see Microsoft Defender for Endpoint, which I don't see here. And then underneath there, you're going to get to advanced features. And underneath advanced features, if you scroll down, you will see, where is it? Oh, now it's there. You will see it's not grayed out anymore, which is nice. I seem to have auto-resolved it myself. You will see this option, Microsoft Intune connection. You need to toggle that to on. Once you've done that, you can go back to Microsoft Defender for Endpoint inside of the Intune endpoint security, And you can turn on right here the Microsoft Defender for Endpoint to enforce endpoint security configurations. And then you're going to save. And what I'm seeing right here is describing why I cannot toggle these other options on right now. But when the connection status comes back up and running and synchronizes, I should be able to toggle those on, those additional settings. And that wraps up our tour in the Intune portal of the Endpoint Security Console. And now, in the portal tour, we move on to reports. There's really nothing to say about the reports panel other than it's an all-in-one place where you can go to generate reports and download those reports for any of the components that we've already talked about: device management and endpoint security. So for instance, if we went to device configuration and wanted to generate a report on any configuration policy that we've done, on the summary tab, if you've never generated a report for all of the, for example, device configuration policies, you'll see generate report. But if you have already done it within the last 72 hours, you can click on generate again and it'll generate a report for all the configuration policies as a summary. Or you can go to the reports tab and click on policy configuration status and choose reports based off of both the operating system and the policy type. So it gives you a lot of granularity in the reports that you want to generate. So in that sense, it's more powerful than going to each individual component and collecting separate reports. And then, of course, you can choose to export your custom report. And it will export it to a CSV. So we just click on yes. And we see that the export has succeeded and it downloaded a CSV to our downloads folder. Now these reports come in very handy when you're dealing with Microsoft Defender Antivirus. Again, you've got the summary tab, and you can click to generate a report on everything concerning Microsoft Defender Antivirus. So we'll go ahead and do that. And the summary is actually very nice. It tells you all the information that you would want to see in your environment. And you can click on these categories and see some more information. about the summary information on all device statuses and scans pending, reboot pendings, all that kind of stuff. Going to the Reports tab, allows us to get separate reports on both the antivirus agent status and detected malware. So if we were going to take a look at, for example, detected malware, we have quite a few categories to filter on. The severity, the execution state, and managed by, obviously, configuration manager would be co-managed Intune. So let's say we wanted to see managed by Intune, and severity is moderate or high or severe or unknown. We could go ahead and generate that report. And in my environment, I'm not really managing a lot of computers, so I'm not getting any data kicked back with that query. But do notice that you could export that to a CSV as well. And that's pretty much all there is to reports. So let's keep moving along in our tour of the Intune portal. Next on the list of our Intune portal tour is the Users menu. So the All Users, which it brings you to at the top by default, really is the Entra ID users on the back end. So there's really not a lot of difference in this part between Entra ID and Intune until you dig a little deeper. So let's search for a user. So the landing page looks exactly like we see in Azure, Entra ID, whatever you want to call it. However, on the left-hand side, we see quite a few more options. One that I want to specifically point out is devices. Because if you notice, in Azure and Entra ID, same thing, it's only going to tell you the user's primary device. However, with something we're going to talk about, an enrollment with device limit restrictions, you can go from the default of 5 enrolled devices all the way up to 15. And maybe you want to see all the devices that the user has enrolled. If you go through Entra ID, you're only going to see the primary device. So let's go ahead and take a look at the device list. So it's going to list every device, whether it's enrolled or registered. It's going to tell me, so here's the devices that I, as this user, have. It's going to tell me their enabled status. It's going to tell me the operating system and the version. And here's a really nice one. It's going to tell me the join type. Is the join type registered where the device is not enrolled? Is it entra-joined? Or in the case of hybrid Active Directory join environments, you will see a separate listing that says hybrid joined. Now you can also tell if they're enrolled in Intune by looking at their MDM status. Anything that's enrolled in Intune will say Microsoft Intune underneath MDM, or if it's co-managed, it'll say co-managed, or System Center. Actually, I think it says config MGR for a configuration manager for System Center, SCCM, MECM. A device will be registered and not enrolled if you have used applications to sign into your corporate account and authenticate through those corporate applications, but not actually enrolled the device in Intune as a corporate device. There's a bunch of other useful information in the users per device or per user. Audit logs, you can take a look at the audit logs, troubleshoot any kind of logon failures or anything like that, or successes or suspicious activity. Sign-in logs, same thing. Diagnose and solve problems. You can run some troubleshooters, do a new support request from there. You can also take a look at their assigned roles. It'll list all their assigned roles, any administrative units that they might be in, groups that they're in, applications that they're assigned to, or that have actually been assigned to that user. Licenses, authentication methods. You can do some of the reset password and reset require multi-factor authentication methods from here. A lot of different stuff you can do from here. Very, very useful. So that is the users menu on our Intune portal tour. So now we've come to the last component in the Intune portal tour that we're going to discuss, and that is tenant administration. On the tenant status, underneath the tenant details tab, there's not a lot we can do there. It's just mostly informational stuff we can check on our Intune tenant status. Under the connector status tab, we will find information on the status of any connectors that we have enabled in Intune to other services in Microsoft or any other services. It will give us a status, whether it's healthy, warning, or error, and it will give us a timestamp as well. So for instance, I can see that there's a warning right here on the Microsoft Defender for Endpoint connector, which we've already discussed. And I can click on it and get a little more information and possibly configure those components. And do a refresh or a delete, and then reinstall the connector. So let's go back to Tenant Admin. We're not going to discuss every menu item in here. A lot of it is advanced stuff that takes, separate training or in-depth discovery and videos to really get into the meat of it and very specific scenarios. But there's a few that I want to go through. But before we go on to those other ones, let's just not forget to take a look underneath tenant status at Service Health and Message Center. It's nice to be able to get a view on all of the service health information related to Intune all in one place. So we can scroll through here. We've got Service Health, issues in your environment that require action, Message Center, and underneath the Message Center, there's going to be all the information for planned changes, new settings, any of that kind of stuff, reminders, all that stuff, plan for changes, updates, those kind of things. So it's good to review those on a normal basis so that you know what's going to be changing in Intune and patches and all that kind of stuff. Let's move next to connectors and tokens. Most commonly, if you're in just a few items, if you're in SCCM, MECM, Configuration Manager, you're going to find your connectors in here in the status. My environment is not using that, so we're not going to find it. Connectors, but that's a very common one if you're in co-management mode with the MDM authority being co-management in Intune. If you are using Apple Business Manager and with Apple Business Manager, you are using the volume purchasing program with VPP tokens, you will need at some point to get in here to get your VPP tokens. Again, in my environment, I'm not using that. We'll talk a little bit about Apple Business Manager and Samsung Knox admin portal when we talk about enrollment. And also we'll talk about Manage Google Play and enrollment. And if you're using an enterprise solution with Samsung Knox or without it, you're going to want the Manage Google Play. So if we go to Manage Google Play to deliver our apps, then we can check on the status of the connector to Manage Google Play. And pretty much that's it. I mean, you can define scope tags if that's necessary in your environment. So let's get out of connectors and tokens and go back to Tenant Admin. And now let's focus on the end user experiences sections. The menu items underneath there for the remainder of our Tenant Admin section of the Intune Portal Tour. So let's go ahead and take a look first at customization. You can create and assign any number of policies by hitting the Create button. Notice what it describes up here as far as customization. You can customize branding, support information, and other components of the user experience. And there's a hyperlink there for preview customization on the company portal website. The default policy applies to all users and devices. You can edit it, but you cannot delete it. In addition to the default policy, you can create up to 25 more policies. You can assign them to user groups, not device groups, and they override the default policy. If you assign more than one policy to a user, they'll only get the first one, and that's according to priority. But in this case, we're just going to take a look at editing the default policy for all users. So we'll go ahead and click on that. We'll go ahead and click on Properties, and we'll take a look at the settings by clicking on Edit. And they're all pretty self-explanatory on the branding page. You've got the organization name. You've got the color, standard or custom. If you clicked on custom, you could choose a hex color. Of course, you want to put your organization name probably in there so they know it's legitimate when Intune is pushing stuff, or they're going through an autopilot configuration. Makes it a little more legitimate and identifiable. Showing header, organization name only, or logo and name. So if you choose a logo, that logo will appear along with the organization name, or just a logo. A few options there. If you do choose that option, you have to upload the logo. It tells you right here what the dimensions are, all that kind of stuff. You just basically read through all this stuff and figure out what you want to look like for your branding on your company website for Intune. So the support information is pretty important because that will appear in the company portal app, so that users can identify the contact information for support. So you want to fill that in. Scrolling down. And I keep talking about the company portal app, and we really haven't had a chance to discuss that yet. But when we get into app deployment, we'll talk more about it. It's required for enrollment of devices. It's the broker app, and it's also the app delivery application that shows up in Windows and iOS and Android to deliver apps. But you have several options on how that's going to work with device enrollment. I'm not going to go through each one of these, but these are all in the customization part of the Tenant admin. A lot of different options. You're just going to have to choose what you want for customization in your tenant. So let's cancel this. Let's go back to Tenant admin. And we will choose terms and conditions. So as you see with the brief description up here, don't dismiss this. This is very important. You may have compliance regulations that require acceptance of terms and conditions, depending on your industry. So the terms and conditions will show up before device enrollment to make sure that they accept those terms and conditions. And so this is where you specify them. So basically it says, satisfy stricter compliance requirements and improve the end user experience with the new Microsoft Entra terms of use feature. Typically, we just have one for the whole organization, but technically, you could create several and assign them as needed if you had separate needs for terms and conditions for separate parts of your organization. So let's take a look at an example that I've already created for my tenant on terms and conditions. And if we go to properties and edit for an easier view, here's what we would configure in a policy for terms and conditions. There is the title, which will show up during the in the title bar during the terms and conditions that shows up during the company portal app installation or other parts. There's the actual full terms and conditions that they will have to accept. And then there's a summary of terms that gives them a brief summary. There's also a selection box that says require users to accept, reaccept, and increment the version number to 2 if you change it. Full transparency here. What I typically do is I go to ChatGPT and I say, create me a terms and conditions for Intune with a title, terms and conditions, and summary of terms for whatever industry it is, and I'll give the company name, and I'll get a template, and I'll put this in the output into this template, and I will provide it to the customer, but the customer will have to review it according to their policies, their corporate policies, and probably have to revise some of it, but it's a good way to create a blanket template to start with. So I'm just going to scroll a little bit so you can see what that template looks like from ChatGPT. And that's pretty much it for the terms and conditions. So let's go back to Tenant Admin. That wraps up our Tenant Admin tour on the Intune portal tour. So let's start digging into some of the modules that we identified we discuss and talk about specifics. Let's jump right into it. Okay, great. So now that we have the Intune portal tour and fundamentals covered, we can start taking a look at some of these components at a deeper level, a deeper dive, and understanding them a little better with some more detail. We need to start at the beginning with enrollment. So we're going to go to Devices, and then underneath Device Onboarding, Enrollment. But before we dig into each one of these specific components for enrollment, types of enrollment, all that kind of stuff, we need to have a fundamental, basic understanding of how enrollment works and our enrollment options. Windows devices can be enrolled manually or through autopilot or group policy. You can also enroll macOS, iOS, and Android devices. During enrollment, Intune installs a mobile device management (MDM) certificate on the enrolling device. On Androids, that's automatic. On iOS devices, you have to create an Apple push certificate, and we'll see that. The MDM certificate communicates with the Intune service and enables Intune to start enforcing your organization's policies, like enrollment policies that limit the number or type of devices that someone can enroll, compliance policies that help users and devices meet your rules, configuration profiles that configure work-appropriate features and settings on devices. Now, we took a look at compliance policies and configuration profiles in our Intune portal tour, so we should already be somewhat familiar with those. But we will dig deeper into those in subsequent modules. So we need to talk about how does Intune actually accomplish, technically, managing the device itself. For devices that enroll, it uses something called the Company Portal app. The Company Portal app is the enrollment broker for both corporate and BYOD, bring your own device, personal devices. It manages and allows secure access to corporate apps, corporate data, and corporate resources on devices, whether they're corporate devices or personally owned BYOD. So we'll talk a little bit more about enrollment profiles, corporate versus BYOD. But what you see right here is a BYOD device. And when you enroll with the Company Portal app, it's going to, at least on the Android, give you two profiles, a personal profile and a work profile. So, in essence, what it's doing is it's siloing your data, your personal data, away from your corporate data into separate profiles. Your personal, with all your personal data and your personal apps, and work, all of your work data and work apps. So you might have Outlook in both profiles, and your Outlook profile is tied to your personal account and your personal profile, and your work account and your work profile. If we take a look at the Company Portal app, what you'll see is your devices listed there, and you can get some information on the management of your device and compliance status. And you could always sync by check device settings. But notice here, the ownership type is personal, which means this is my own device, but I have a work profile on my BYOD personal device. And it gives you some options, tells you about the compliance status, and you can always sync down below. And, that's the basics of the device details. Going back, if we look at the menu, and if we click on Get Apps, we would normally see a list of available apps and installed apps here, but in my environment, I just haven't done that. So we're not going to go through that, but I just want to give you a demonstration of the Company Portal app and the personal and work profiles, at least on an Android device. So let's talk a little bit more about enrollment of devices and distinguish between how corporate devices are enrolled and personally owned devices, BYOD devices, are enrolled, and some differences between the enrollment types. Devices enroll either as corporate or personally owned BYOD. The benefit of managing corporate devices is that it enables more device management capabilities than if it were a BYOD personal device. You can't manage as many features on a BYOD device for obvious reasons. Regarding corporate devices, during enrollment, Intune automatically assigns corporate-owned status to devices that join to Microsoft Entra ID, Azure, whatever you want to call it, via one of the following methods. Either a device enrollment manager account, which is commonly referred to as a DEM account on all platforms. But most commonly, you're going to find that they're enrolled through a profile with Apple device enrollment program for iOS or iPad iOS, such as Apple School Manager or Apple Business Manager, or Apple Configurator, or Knox Mobile Enrollment for Samsung devices, the Knox Admin Portal. Other methods that would enroll it automatically as a corporate device is Windows Autopilot. Now I have a whole separate video going in depth on this, and if you're interested, follow the link below. It's really involved. It's beyond the scope of this video. Also, a hybrid Azure AD join between Active Directory and Azure/Entra ID, and Azure Virtual Desktop Deployment, another Android Enterprise Management Solution, or an AOSP Android Open Source Project Management Enterprise Solution. So basically on the Android side, if you have an enterprise management solution where you are working with the service providers such as T-Mobile, Verizon, AT&T, to purchase the devices and select the option to have an enterprise management solution built into that, then you would have the management solution to enroll those devices from those enterprise management portals and create a profile in Intune to import those devices and create a profile to assign those devices and all that kind of stuff. Same thing with the iOS and iPad OS, Apple Business Manager, Apple School Manager, etc. Those are all solutions that would automatically identify and label those as corporate devices without any manual intervention. Alternatively, you can manually assign corporate devices by using corporate identifiers, and we'll go over that in just a little bit, or changing the device type per device post-enrollment on Windows devices anyways. For personally owned BYOD devices to enroll in Intune, they would have to manually install the company portal app for iOS and Android, in case that you didn't use any of the aforementioned enterprise solutions. And I do have in-depth videos on this, so check out the links below if you're wanting a little more information on how to do that. And for Windows, you can manually join to Entra via the Settings applet and access work or school to enroll your Windows device manually. Now, all this talk is great for enrollment of corporate or personally owned devices where the user accepts and wants to enroll their device in the corporate environment. But suppose the user wants access to corporate data and apps, but does not wish on their BYOD device to enroll it in any sort or fashion into Intune for any sort of management on the device itself. So, for BYOD users who do not wish to enroll their devices in Intune for management in the corporate environment, yet still need to access corporate resources on their BYOD device, you can deploy MAM, Microsoft Application Management policies, without enrollment, which is also known as MAM-WE, MAM without enrollment. This allows you, as a corporate owner to your proprietary and sensitive data, to manage the applications and protect the flow of corporate data within those applications without managing the device itself. And we will talk more about this when we talk about the MAM in the subsequent module. So we've already covered underneath enrollment options both automatic enrollment and CNAME validation underneath the portal tour. All the basic settings underneath there, because there's not much to it. We'll now cover most of the remaining enrollment components, which warrant a deeper discussion. Device platform restrictions allow you to configure and restrict which platforms can enroll Intune based upon platforms, which are basically the operating systems, corporate versus personally owned devices, platform versions, and manufacturers. As with most policies in Intune, you can create a custom policy, but in this case, and in most cases, the default policy is the only one that you need to modify. You can't delete the default policy, but you can modify it. If you create custom policies and assign them to specific Entra ID groups, then the custom policies would take precedence over the default policy, and you could adjust those precedence priorities once you create them. But we're just going to assume, for the sake of demonstration, that we're only going to have the default policy for all devices and users in our organization. Now, notice at the top, you can create separate policies for enrollment restrictions for each platform. Haven't seen much of a need to do this unless, again, you need separate policies for separate types of platforms and separate devices inside your organization. The default enrollment restrictions policy includes all users. So we're going to take a look at that one. So if we go to the properties of the default enrollment restrictions and we take a look at edit and see what we can configure, notice that we can set restrictions based upon each individual platform in the default policy. And that is really to say the operating system itself. When we take a look at platform, that is referring to corporate devices, however those corporate devices are enrolled. Now, remember, for Android and iOS, the only ways to identify them as corporate devices is, for instance, with iOS, you would have to use Apple Business Manager or Apple School Manager to enroll them initially, and they would be identified as corporate devices. And for Windows, you would have to go through one of the enrollment procedures we talked about earlier, like autopilot, or manually going through the enrollment process, or bulk provisioning. Alternatively, like we discussed earlier, again, you could go into each device and change it on the properties from personal to corporate. But that's what the platform column is referring to, is corporate devices. Are we going to allow corporate devices, block them? In most cases, I would think we would want to allow corporate devices for sure, except for maybe Android Device Administrator, because that's deprecated and old. We can manage the versions on Android and iOS, not for Mac OS or Windows. I'm sorry, not for Mac OS, but for Windows. So we basically say we're not going to allow any legacy operating systems that we cannot support to enroll in Intune. So that might be a good measure to say, hey, listen, we don't want any of this legacy stuff. It's going to be a support nightmare, so we're just going to block it right off the bat. And then if a user tries to enroll themselves manually, well, then they're going to have to go to support and have a conversation about that. And then there's personally owned BYOD. If you're in an environment that doesn't allow BYOD, then you're probably going to want to block all the BYOD devices, at least for the mobile operating systems. Maybe consider blocking Mac OS if you're not a Mac environment, and maybe even Windows, but that takes careful consideration, because then you're going to possibly run into issues when people want to work from home on their home computers. And then we have device manufacturer. For Android only, at this point, we can specify which manufacturer we want to allow and which ones, specifically which ones we want to allow. And that's it. And that is all there is to enrollment restrictions. Which on the landing page is called device platform restriction. So we also have a device limit restriction right there. Device limit restrictions allow you to specify the total number of devices any single user can enroll in Intune. The device default is 5 and the maximum is 15. So this is a combined total between all the different types of devices. So let's say they had 2 Android phones, or an Android and iOS, a Mac, an iPad, a Windows device, maybe a work Windows device and a home Windows device. Those would all contribute to the total. So the minimum is 0. I don't know why you'd want to put it at 0 unless you didn't want them to be able to enroll at all. The default is 5, and the maximum is 15. That's just an Intune Microsoft limit that they cannot, with the license, enroll more than 15 devices per user. So if we take a look at that, it's very simple. There's not much to configure. Go to Properties and Edit Limit and simply drop down 1 to 15. I guess 0 is not in there. Interesting. But notice you can't manually type in anything. It goes from 1 to 15. Jumping backwards for just a second, co-management settings, that has to deal with SCCM, which is now called MECM in its later versions. That is so far advanced and so far beyond the scope of an Intune beginners training or basics trainings and fundamentals. I will be doing some future videos on SCCM. I have some already, but as far as co-management goes, there's a lot to that. You're not going to get that in a reasonable amount of time in this sort of video. Pretty much the same thing for Windows Hello for Business, except that if you configure this on a basic level here, this is just for Windows Hello for Business as an enrollment type when your devices are joined directly to Azure AD Entra ID. It is not for a hybrid with Active Directory AD environment. But it's a pretty simple deployment with Azure AD joined devices, but a lot to consider. Again, look for a future video on this. I will be diving into Windows Hello for Business. Don't have a video on it yet, but keep an eye out for that. There's a lot to architecture and deployment on that, so we're not going to get into all that at this point. But if you're doing just straight Azure AD, Entra ID devices, you can configure that here and probably figure out the minimal options, and that is an enrollment option. Scrolling down to Windows Autopilot. Again, I have a whole separate video on this. Very complex. A lot to talk about. My video, I think, is very advanced. Is about an hour and a half plus. Probably more than that on all the considerations for Windows Autopilot. Windows Autopilot is basically, how do you configure out-of-the-box experience when you want to deploy for the first time a device, a Windows device, to a user, have it join either Active Directory hybridly or to Entra ID, or just straight Azure AD join with authentication and apps that you push and configuration and the out-of-the-box experience, the OOBE that they're going to see, and reporting on that, all that kind of stuff. I think I've already provided a link to that when we went over the portal tour. If not, just check my channel for the Autopilot video. So let's scroll back up to the top and look at the other available tabs underneath Enrollment. Taking a look at corporate device identifiers. What we have there, and we'll jump back to Apple and Android in just a minute. So corporate device identifiers are a way to ensure that corporate devices are marked as corporate owned as soon as they enroll by adding their corporate identifiers ahead of time in the Microsoft Intune Admin Center. The benefits of managing corporate devices, as we discussed previously, is that they enable more device management capabilities than personal devices. For example, Microsoft Intune can collect full phone number and app inventory from a corporate device, but can only collect partial phone number and app inventory from personal devices. And when you get into, things such as wiping a device and locating a lost or stolen device, those kind of things. Now, if you're using a third-party enterprise management solution like on the iOS side, Apple Business Manager or Apple School Manager, you wouldn't need this. They will automatically enroll as corporate devices. Same thing with Samsung Knox. But if you're not using or subscribing to one of those services, this is a way to identify the devices before they enroll so that they automatically enroll as corporate devices and you can manage them as such. So it's not too complicated. You would go to Add, of course, and you can either manually enter the identifier in the details. So underneath the identifier, you can select either the serial number or the IMEI from the device itself. And this is the way to do one-offs or just, a few at a time. However, we can also add through a CSV file for bulk enrollment of corporate devices all at once. Now, again, you still have the IMEI and serial number, but for Windows, you have an additional option, manufacturer, model, and serial number. So you have to select an identifier type, and then you have to select the file that you've created ahead of time. And so you might be able to script this with Windows, for example, to export to a CSV. Now, it'll show you if you hover over the import identifiers, what the format of that CSV file has to be. So it tells you for IMEI or serial number, what the column headers need to be, for example. And then we have device enrollment managers, commonly referred to as DEM accounts. So a device enrollment manager user account is a non-administrator user who can enroll devices in Intune. DEM users are useful to have when you need to enroll and prepare many devices for distribution. People signed into a DEM account can enroll and manage up to 1,000 devices, while a standard non-admin account can only enroll 15, which we saw earlier with device limit restrictions. So the end user themselves can only enroll 15 devices, whereas you can specify a non-admin, a non-global admin, or some other specialized role that in Intune, such as Intune Administrator, that as a DEM account can enroll up to 1,000 devices. So in smaller organizations where you maybe only have that amount or less, you might want to consider a dem account so that the user doesn't have to go through the enrollment process. You could have an allocated, possibly like a tier 1 kind of account, an MSP that is allowed to enroll the devices and then send them off to the user. So there's a couple of requirements for a dem account. A dem account requires an Intune user or device license. So an Intune user license or device license. And of course, an associated Microsoft Entra/Azure user account. So a device enrollment manager, a dem user, can use the following methods to enroll devices in Intune. They can use autopilot on behalf of that user. They can do Windows devices bulk enrollment via something called Windows Configuration Designer, and through that process create a provisioning package for bulk deployment. They could use their dem initiated account via the company portal by manually enrolling each device through the company portal app, or they could use their dem initiated account via Microsoft Entra Join, which is basically going to the settings and then going to work or school and then adding the device as an enrolled device through their dem account. So going back now to Apple and clicking on those enrollment options, in order to enroll and manage any Apple devices, you're going to have to create an Apple MDM push certificate, which will securely communicate between, Apple services and Intune. Now, it's important to point out right off the bat that the certificate has to be renewed once a year. So when you create the certificate, it's only good for 1 year, and you have to renew it every year. So it will tell you right up here when the expiration date is, once you create it. And you're going to need a corporate Apple ID to sign into to create this Apple certificate on the Apple end. So the first step in any certificate creation is to create a certificate signing request, a CSR. So we're going to have to do that first. And it'll go to your downloads folder. You'll see the CSR for encryption. Then you have to create your certificate by logging in with your Apple ID to the Apple portal. And then, if it's the first time you're creating a certificate, you're going to click on Create a Certificate, Accept, and then you're going to choose that file, that CSR file that we had earlier downloaded. And then we're going to click on Upload. And at this point, the certificate is ready to download. And we would click on Download when we're creating a new certificate. And that will go to our Downloads folder as well. However, The process is very similar up to this point. If we were renewing, we would simply click on the renew button for the existing certificate after the 1-year expiration. In any case, once we've downloaded our certificate, whether it's created for the first time or renewed, we're going to go back to Intune, and we're going to scroll down, type in our Apple ID, and then select that push certificate that was downloaded. And then everything's good. What you'll see up top is this whole section that tells us, first of all, okay, it's active. When it was last updated, Apple ID, serial number, all that stuff, but days until expiration and the expiration day. And that's creating an Apple push certificate that's needed for enrollment and management of the device. And I do have a whole separate video on the company portal app installing it to manage the device, which is shown down below. So if you're using Apple Business Manager or School Manager to enroll your devices and basically manage your devices through both Apple and Intune, you're going to want to go to Enrollment Program Tokens, click on that, and then go to Create. Click on I agree. And there's a whole process to this. It's a little bit, again, complex and advanced, and you're going to have to create enrollment profiles on the Intune end as well, and do some stuff on the Apple Business Manager end to make this work and to get the devices imported way beyond the scope of this video. Check out future videos, because I will be creating a video on this. But at this point, that's how you get to that. But we're not going to run through all of that in this Intune beginner's guide video and fundamentals video. If you want a step-by-step guide on this, I've included the link below to get started on that. Moving on to Android now. We click on that. So let's start with Manage Google Play. What Manage Google Play allows us to do is to deliver and deploy apps from the Managed Google Play Store so that you can authorize the apps that you want and deploy those apps as either required or available to end-user devices. You will need either an enterprise Google account for the Managed Google Play Store, or now Microsoft allows for an Enter ID admin account to be used for Managed Google Play. So you have to set up the connector first. And in order to do that, you can click on the Learn More button right here. And that will bring us to a page that displays all the information on how to connect Intune to your Google Managed Play Store. Pretty straightforward, not a lot to talk about here, but you can follow this simple procedure and connect Intune to your managed Google Play account, either with an Enterprise Google Play account, or there are steps to use an Enter ID account now instead of a Google managed Google Play Enterprise account. Underneath enrollment profiles, we have several options. We have personally owned devices with work profile. Now, we spoke about this earlier with the personal profile and the work profile. This is an option for BYOD devices, but if we click on this, it basically says that you have nothing more to configure that. It's pretty much automatic. So all that really happens is that when a user logs on to an application with the corporate credentials, it creates a work profile and isolates, silos that work data from the personal data and creates a work profile on top of the personal profile, but it still enrolls the device. Next, we have corporate-owned dedicated devices. And if we take a look at that, what does that really mean? This is really designed for kiosk devices. And with kiosk devices, the end user, if it's a corporate device, has almost no control, no access to the settings. It's basically only what you give them control over for apps and access. In this mode, be very careful if you choose this mode, because you cannot deploy configuration or compliance policies. So this is only really for, let's say the scenario is you have a front desk Android tablet and you want to use it as a kiosk device. That's the selection you'd want to choose for this type of scenario. I wouldn't use it for end user devices that the end user has to interface with multiple applications and settings and those kind of things. The most common one is corporate owned, fully managed user devices. So this is for corporate owned devices that are fully managed by the corporation. So we will click on that and take a look at what our options are. Now, keep in mind, we're still in enrollment. These are all different enrollment types that allow different types of access to the device or the applications, depending on which kind of policy you deploy during enrollment. So I have already created a policy for fully managed corporate user devices, and I want to take a look at that. When we take a look at properties, pretty much there's not a lot to define in here, just basic stuff. Really, everything happens underneath token. So my recommendation is to use Samsung Knox compatible devices only. I would not use the Android open source project type of devices. And when you go to configure the Knox, Samsung Knox admin portal to import devices and connect it to Intune, there's going to be a procedure, but you're going to need this token that you created during the policy when you created that policy. And that's the token right there. So the Samsung Knox Enterprise Management Solution is way beyond the scope of this video. A lot of stuff you have to do, but take a look at the link below if you want some more information and step-by-step on how to do that. But just realize that this is where you're going to get the token from when you need to go into the Samsung Knox portal and provide the JSON syntax with the token in it. And then there's a whole procedure for importing and syncing devices. But you also have the option to just enroll your device with a QR code. And you can scan the QR code by using the QR code shown here. So you can provide that to users securely to manually enroll as a corporate owned fully managed device, either in the scenario that you're using Samsung Knox, or you are not using that enterprise solution, but you still want to enroll as a corporate owned fully managed device manually. The corporate owned devices with work profile gives a little more liberty to the end user to have control over your corporate devices with their work profile versus their personal profile, so they could do more with their personal profile. If it's a corporate device, in my opinion, this is not an option. I don't recommend this. As a matter of fact, I've never deployed this. Quite honestly, with corporate devices, you want to use this option. That's it. And that's all there is to enrollment. We've wrapped up this module. So now we're moving on to compliance policies. With compliance policies, the main idea is to ensure that devices that gain access to your corporate systems and corporate data are secure and won't pose risks to your corporate environment. And in this case, we're mainly talking about Microsoft 365. For instance, with compliance policies, you typically want to require the following minimal validation checks on the device before flagging it to be marked as compliant or non-compliant. Not jailbroken for iOS, not rooted for Android. You want to require encryption. On iOS, that's automatic because iOS is already encrypted, but on Android, it's an option. You want to set the password and PIN settings on mobile devices. And you want to ensure the threat level protection. It's important to understand that compliance policies do not enforce any configuration settings. It's simply a validation checkpoint. Configuration policies, on the other hand, enforce settings on enrolled devices. For configuration profiles, for compliance policies, you want to have a balance between compliance checks and the user ability to proceed to access corporate data. Recall that compliance policies do nothing on their own other than mark the device as compliant or not. However, this flag can be used with conditional access policies to block access to your Microsoft 365 environment where your corporate data lies if a device is marked as not compliant. Thus, conditional access policies become the gatekeeper to your corporate data based upon one of the conditions that you can choose being compliance policies, whether a device is marked as compliant or not. So let's poke a little deeper into compliance settings and policies. We're going to find those underneath devices, Then scroll down a little bit and find compliance. Click on that. And the first thing we're going to take a look at is a tab on top that says Compliance Settings. And this is very important not to skip. By default, Microsoft has your compliance settings marked to say, mark devices with no compliance policy assigned as compliant, which is ridiculous because if you don't assign a compliance policy, all devices are compliant and it defeats the whole purpose. So the first thing you want to do is change this to not compliant. If it doesn't have a compliance policy assigned, then it's not compliant. Second thing you want to do is determine the validity period and number of days that the device is compliant before it has to check back in to make sure it's still compliant. So if we read the information on this, it says, specify the time period in which devices must report the status for all received compliance policies. Because you can have multiple compliance policies. We'll take a look at that in just a minute. Devices that do not return the status within this time period are treated as non-compliant. The default is 30 days. So you can adjust that as needed for your corporate environment. So let's go ahead and take a look at policies and how to create them and what settings are inside those. We'll click on Create Policy. And then we will choose our platform. For this demonstration, we will choose Android Enterprise. And we'll do fully managed, dedicated, and corporate-owned work profile because that'll have the most settings available to control the device or to detect on the device. And we'll hit Create. Give it a name. Click on Next, and then take a look at the available categories and settings. So underneath Microsoft Defender for Endpoint, unless you're actually deploying the Microsoft Defender for Endpoint application to Androids, this is going to be pretty much irrelevant. But if you do, then you can just select the risk level that you are willing to accept for the device to be considered compliant. And you can click on either one of these to get a little more information on those risk levels. Under device health, we're going to see a few options. I always recommend blocking rooted devices. On iOS, there's a similar setting for jailbroken devices. It's a risk to your environment to have those kind of devices to be able to authenticate and access corporate data. Now, this next setting has to deal with third-party antivirus systems, anti-malware systems that you have already created a connector to in Intune so that it can assess and gather the information to make this assessment. And if we take a look at the article on that, Intune can integrate data from a mobile device threat defense vendor as an information source for device compliance policies and conditional access rules. You can use this information to help protect corporate resources like blah, 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 blah. You can use, Intune can use the same data as a source for unenrolled devices using Intune app protection policies. So you have to create a connector. If you take a look down here, there's some more information on the mobile threat defense connectors and the status. But what we really want to take a look at, here's some of the information it gathers, how it works. But here's what I wanted to show you. Taking a look at the connectors that you can integrate with Intune are listed towards the bottom of the page. Here's some of the ones that you can create a connector for that automatically connect from your third-party management solution into Intune, and it'll just sync that data on a regular basis. So going back to the compliance settings underneath this policy, unless you have a connector, do not configure this because it won't be able to evaluate that third-party system, and it will probably fail compliance. You can also configure Google Play Verdict to check integrity. It's up to you. I don't usually do that. Again, this is just, let's get it through the door and configure the device afterwards. If we expand device properties, it's really just version stuff. I typically don't worry about that for compliance settings. Remember, you can control that through the platform restrictions underneath enrollment. Underneath system security, scrolling down a little bit, you probably want to require a password to unlock the mobile device just as a basic security measure to get through the door again, and put some information in here. Just probably very basic stuff to get through the door, because later on you can, once it gets through the door and enrolls and they authenticate, you can push these settings to a more strict value through configuration policies. So I wouldn't go too heavy on this. Maybe just do something simple like this. Just record numeric and a password length of 4, and maybe not even do any of the rest of this stuff. Probably would require encryption. And that's pretty much it. Just double checking our settings. And then we're ready to hit next. We've got the automatic selection of mark the device as non-compliant immediately. Additionally, we would configure add the device to the retire list after 30 days. Then we would click next. Don't worry about scope tags. Don't forget to assign it to a certain Entra ID group. So we're going to click on include groups and add groups. And then we will do the group. Now remember, when you're first rolling this out, you're going to want to test it and not roll it out to all production devices right off the bat or all users. and then click Next and Create. So I want to show you a Windows compliance policy specifically for the reason of showing you how to create a custom compliance detection for third-party antivirus, anti-malware, which is very common request. It's quite a complicated procedure. We're not going to walk through every single step, but we're going to walk through the overview, and I'll give you a couple of helpful articles on how to perform it yourself. For a full step-by-step guide, visit this article, this website. It'll walk you through every single step along the way. But I'm going to give you an overview so you have at least a general understanding of the steps that are involved. So just go to the URL that I have listed above here to view the article, then give the step-by-step instructions. In a nutshell, you have to do three things. You have to create a PowerShell script for detection. You have to create, detection of the third-party antivirus. You have to create a JSON file. And then you have to create your Windows 10 compliance policy. And in there, you're going to specify a custom detection and specify the PowerShell script and the JSON file inside of that policy. So let's take a look at that. So first off, you have to go to underneath compliance still to scripts. And underneath the scripts, we're going to have to create a script based off the information in the article and customize it according to your antivirus, anti-malware solution that you have in production. So you can see I've already created one, and this is actually straight from that website just as an example demo. So once you've got that script uploaded underneath devices, compliance, and scripts, and you've got the JSON file created and somewhere accessible on your computer, then you can create a Windows 10 compliance policy with a custom detection script and JSON file defined for the antivirus part of that compliance policy. So we will go ahead and create a policy for Windows 10 and later. And we'll do compliance policy and create, give it a name. Click on Next. And then underneath Custom Compliance, at the top here, we're going to go ahead, expand that. We're going to say Require. And then we have to do our discovery script, which is why we have to have that already uploaded, created, and uploaded to select it. I'm going to click on that, and then it's going to want that JSON file. So I have to find that JSON file. So I'm going to go to find that JSON file. So we will also have to select that JSON file, correctly formatted. And when all that goes well, it'll look something like this. With the script and the JSON file being validated. Now you could add other settings as well in this compliance policy, the ones we talked about earlier, but we're not going to in this example. And then you would just go to the settings we talked about earlier for actions for non-compliance, scope tags, and assignments. But that's the really meat and potatoes of creating a compliance policy that's customized for a third-party antivirus, anti-malware solution. Of course, you would target that for assignments to a test group and enter ID first before rolling out to production, but at this point, I think you're getting the hang of that. And then you rolled out to production. And that's it for our instruction and demo on compliance policies. So let's move on to the next module. So now we are moving on to configuration policies, and we're going to focus on corporate-owned, fully managed devices on Android with device restrictions for this demo. So in order to get to configuration policies, we have to go to devices, and then underneath devices, scroll down a little bit, and we will go to configuration. We will click on create, and in this scenario, new policy and select platform, we're going to do Android Enterprise, and the profile type will be templates, and we're going to choose a template under fully managed, dedicated, and corporate-owned work profile for device restrictions. Notice there is also the one for personally owned work profile. It depends on your scenario. Fully managed, dedicated, and corporate-owned work profile is going to have more options. You can control more over the device than if it's a BYOD, personally owned device. So we're going to go through all the options, or most of them anyways, of pretending this is a corporate-owned device. We're going to click on create, give it a name, click on next, and then we'll see all the settings that we would have for corporate-owned, fully managed devices, which are going to be more than a BYOD, personally owned devices. We can control a lot more if it's a corporate device. We won't go through every single one of these settings, but I want to give you an overview of the categories and what kind of settings are in here. Now remember, some of these settings will control the applications, the corporate applications, but there will be more settings available in MAM policies if you want to control MAM on top of the device itself. So MAM is going to control the applications and the work profile that have corporate data. So you might want to do both a configuration policy and a MAM policy. But some of the settings in the device restrictions have a MAM effect, so it just depends on how you're going to do it. If you don't intend to deploy MAM policies and only want to do device restrictions, then you'll have a limited set of MAM controls. But if you want a full-blown set of controls on the corporate apps, then you would additionally deploy MAM policies on top of this, or just not configure the MAM policies settings on the device itself, and then control all of it through MAM. It's just a matter of planning. So under general, we're going to see a whole bunch of stuff. It's going to separate it by category for fully managed, dedicated, and corporate-owned work profiles. And then you're going to see categories for fully managed and dedicated devices. And then, it depends on how the device is enrolled for each one of these. So depending on your device enrollment, you want to set the settings for each one of these types of enrollments that you have chosen in your environment. So we've got screen capture, camera, default permission policy, prompt for the work profile, date and time changes, roaming data services, Wi-Fi access, Bluetooth configuration, tethering, USB file transfer, external media, Beam, developer settings, microphone adjustment, factory reset, system update. All these are configurable. And if you choose to configure them, you might have a subset of categories underneath each one of those. It depends on each setting. Volume changes, factory reset, status bar, again, a lot of the same settings in this other type of profile. So this is the most fully controlled profile where you can or policy where you can control each one of the type of profiles. So you would want to go through this and set each one of these settings: locate device, power button menu, system error warnings, notifications, the what we used to call toast, those kind of things. This is very important to consider when you, again, have regulation requirements for things such as ITAR, DFARS, FedRAMP, HIPAA, NIST, CMMC. You want to make sure that you enforce these compliance regulation requirements according to the standards that they require on your devices. So you have to reference those requirements and make sure that each one of these settings is addressing those and accommodating those. Moving on, let's minimize the general category and go to system security, threat scan and apps. Again, you might have to have those connectors to be able to do that. Device experience. I typically don't do this. If you select kiosk mode, basically locks the user out of everything. And Microsoft Launcher is basically a start menu. Unless you really want that, I don't typically configure this. Device password. Now again, the compliance policy says, well, let's say that they just need a password on their device configured in a minimal numeric 4-digit. We can go ahead after they get in and say, well, let's get a little stronger, and that's where you would do all this. All these kind of settings on the password. Power settings. Yeah, I think on Android that's kind of irrelevant. Other than time to lock screen. Users and accounts. This is kind of important probably, especially if it's a corporate device, which we're going over here. You want to consider your corporate policies and whether users can add personal accounts to the corporate devices and whether they can remove the corporate account that they log into. I would suggest they cannot. You block their user removal for the corporate device. If they have to do that, that's up to the administrator through Intune to do that. And I would not allow personal accounts on a corporate device. If it's BYOD, that's a separate profile, that's different. Those are all those kind of settings. Applications. You have options for, unknown sources, whether you can allow installation for them, updates, Google Play stuff, all that kind of stuff. Underneath connectivity, you can do an always-on VPN to enforce VPN for access to corporate data and lockdown mode. Again, separate profiles, configurations, depending on how the device is enrolled. And you'd have to configure those for the type of enrollments that you've allowed or devices that have enrolled for each one of those. Work profile password. You can enforce all the settings on this, and I would recommend doing this. That's probably maybe a compliance regulation requirement. So even though the Intune compliance says, well, just to let them in, it's numeric and 4. Here's where you can say, after they get in, here's what we're going to enforce on the device itself, which is different than the application data in MAM. Then we've got the personal profile. Now remember, when you have corporate devices and enrollment, you're going to have a work profile and a personal profile. And when you enroll, you can determine how much of that is available to a personal profile. But with a personal profile, if it's a corporate device, you can control, the camera and screen capture and those kind of things. Whereas with a BYOD device, if we were going to do a device restriction for a BYOD device, we would not have as much control over the device itself and this kind of stuff. And then this is helpful, but, not necessary. This is information you can provide. And what's going to happen here is in the company portal app that's installed on the device, this would be the information that would show in there so that if the user were in the company portal app and trying to find out who do I contact for help, it's just kind of useful information, not required, but it doesn't hurt to put that in there. Device restrictions on iOS are very similar. On Windows, a little different. And of course, you would have to, assign this to initially a test group, a pilot group, and make sure it all works the way you intended, and then roll out to production. In every environment, you should have a device restrictions policy for every type of operating system, iOS, Android, Windows, as a minimal. You can obviously create other types of configuration profiles, but it's kind of beyond the scope of this 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 video. It's this video would be like 60 hours long. I mean, we can't go through everything in the types of configuration profiles, but just as a review, you could do Wi-Fi, VPN, certificate, PKS, types of profiles, for the templates, for Android Enterprise, for Windows 10 and later. You're going to have different types of templates, all these different types of templates that you can do for Windows 10 and beyond. A lot more that you can do with that. So just keep that in mind. But obviously, we can't go through every type of configuration policy in all the settings. So I just want to give you a demonstration of a typical type of configuration policy. And that concludes our configuration policy for device restrictions. Next, we'll move on to endpoint security as far as configuring configuration policies. So let's jump into the endpoint security and configure a few of the security policies inside of there. We'll start off with Antivirus. And we will create a new policy. We have the options to create a policy for Windows, Mac OS, Linux, or Config Manager. We're going to do Windows as a demo. And when we select Windows, we have a few more options underneath the category for profile. The main one is to select the Defender Antivirus category option and configure the antivirus solution itself, the Microsoft Defender Antivirus software, all the selections inside of there. So we're going to go ahead and start that. We'll click on Create. Give it a name. And click on Next. And we will see all sorts of options for the Microsoft Defender endpoint protection component to Windows. You've got archive scanning, behavior monitoring, cloud protection, email scanning, scanning of mapped network drives, allow full scan of removable drive scanning, intrusion prevention system, whether to allow it or not, scanning of all download files and attachments, real-time monitoring, network files, script scanning, whether to allow the user interface access to the Defender settings and letting them change those or blocking them out. Some resource choices here and how to throttle the resources. Check signatures before running scan, cloud block level, different selections in there. Days to retain cleaned malware, disable full catch-up scan. And by the way, you can click on any one of these information areas and they'll tell you more information on here. So basically, disable catch-up full scan is like if somebody's been offline. Do you want to disable it or disable the disable, which will enable it? Same thing with a quick scan, CPU priority and other resourcing, enable network protection, and you can add extensions for exclusions, file extensions, paths, and processes in here. But you can also create a separate policy for that if you needed to separate those out for different types of groups that you want to target. Specifically, like, let's say you had a group of servers and you had a group of desktops, or more than one group of servers and desktops, and you wanted to have different exclusions for those, but you wanted to have possibly one protection policy, then you could do those separately. We'll see that in a second. PUA protection, real-time scan direction, which way you're scanning files in and out, scan parameter, quick scan, full scan, scheduled scan. You click on that, you get options for when to schedule it by the I think it's by the minute, I forget. Yeah. 0 equals 12 a.m. 60 is 1 a.m. So it goes pretty much by the minute. Scheduled scan day. Choose your day, time. All sorts of different options in here. You just got to look through them and choose them. I mean, there's nothing really tricky in here. You've got your threat actions for high severity, severe, low severity, moderate. And so you're going to choose from clean, quarantine, remove, allow, or user-defined or block, depending on the severity level for each one of those. Some other stuff that you may or may not have to deal with for HTTP and SSH and TLS. Platform update channel. What do you want your engine to be at? Security intelligent updates channel. Current stage or current channel. Let's see what else we got. And that's kind of all there is to this. You can obviously have multiple policies and target different groups that might have different devices in them. And one common case is servers versus desktops or workstations, whatever we're going to call them. Maybe remote workers, their laptops would be different policy. You take a look at an example of what I've done down here. Settings I've created underneath Defender. We'll just kind of scan through this really quickly. I won't read every single one of these, but we'll scan through them. You get an example of what a basic setting would look like. You can pause along the way if you need to. Obviously you want real-time monitoring, script scanning and intrusion prevention and email scanning. Those are all kind of standard stuff. Check for signatures, yes. Update those signatures before you run scans. How many days you want to retain the malware before it automatically deletes it. Quick scan, 120, which I think is, 60 with 60 minutes. So it'd be 1 o'clock, 2 a.m. or something like that on Sunday, I think. For the quick scan, the regular scan is at 200 minutes. past midnight, I believe. How often is the signatures are updated every 8 hours is what I selected. Allow on access protection. Yes. When users access files, you want them to be scanned. And here's what I have set for remediation actions. Just as an example, you don't have to go with those. Sometimes people just choose quarantine for everything, and that's a valid option as well. Going back to antivirus, if we create a policy for Windows, and this time choose antivirus exclusions, we have the option to create a separate policy for exclusions. We wouldn't have to create them in the antivirus one. We could just leave it alone and create separate policies for exclusions depending on which groups we want to apply those exclusions to. And it's the same thing with the policies. You can create separate policies for certain groups of devices. So, if we just took a look at the settings here, it's just those subset of the exclusion settings that we saw in the antivirus policy, and only those. And so it's a quick and easy way to just define separate policies for exclusions, and a way to keep yourself organized to realize, okay, wait a second, which policies have which exclusions, so you can easily deploy them to different groups without being locked into the exclusions being part of the antivirus policy itself, to isolate those settings and apply them granularly and independently of the antivirus policy itself. So that's a nice feature to have. Now we move on to disk encryption. When we go to create a policy, we have the options for creating a Windows, which is BitLocker, or a Mac OS disk encryption policy. So we're going to choose Windows for this demo, and we're going to use BitLocker. And click on Create. Give it a name. Next. And then we're going to see a whole bunch of categories, each of which has settings. So for BitLocker itself, the drive encryption, settings for the type of encryption, those kind of things. And then different settings for the operating system drives, fixed data drives, and removable drives. So we'll do this one a little differently, because really there's only one way with just a couple of different options that this works. And so I'm going to show you the way I've configured it and show you the options that you may want to choose a little differently, but there's only a couple of them. Well, what I'm going to show you is the best practice, standard, guaranteed way that this will work. It'll save you a lot of headaches trying to figure this out on your own. So we'll X out of here, and we'll go to my policy I've already created. And if we go down, you can see the categories here, but it's easier to see from what I've configured anyways. See them if we edit them to see which categories they fall under when you go to select this. So let's go ahead and do that. So we're going to go ahead and click on configuration settings and edit, so we can see how I configured this. So we'll go top to bottom as is actually necessary in sequence. Clicking on the BitLocker category, we'll see that we have to enable it first. So I've got required drive encryption as enabled. You do want to disable allow warning for other disk encryption, because if you don't do that, this will not be automated. It won't work. You would have to have user interaction, and it just isn't going to work that way. Where the user would get a warning popped up saying, do you want to allow BitLocker disk encryption? And it's actually going to fail even if they say yes. So that's very, very important to say disabled for allowing a warning for other disk encryption. Allow standard user encryption, definitely need that, because if you don't do that, when the user logs in, they won't have permissions for encrypting the drive. So you need that to enable. Configure recovery password rotation. If that's the security measure you need in place, that's fine. I don't configure it. It's up to you in your organization. So let's go ahead and collapse the BitLocker category. Once you do that, what you have to do is just configure how each one of the types of drives are going to be encrypted with BitLocker: the operating system drives, the fixed data drives, and the removable drives. And that's what we're going to dive into next. And we always want to encrypt the operating system drives. You may not even allow or have fixed data drives that are inside of your desktop or laptop, your workstations. So that might be something that you could disallow through a configuration policy altogether, or it just may be something that you don't want to configure. And the same thing with removable drives. It all depends on your corporate policies and how you want to handle those. But at a minimal, you want to configure operating system drives. So if you don't want to configure fixed data drives and removable drives, at least basically disable those in the configuration. So expanding the category for operating system drives. Enforce drive encryption type, yes, enabled. Full encryption, I recommend this. You could do, I would never allow the user to choose. Again, you want this fully automated. Use space only, it's quicker, but every time they use space, it takes a little bit of time to encrypt it. So I typically do full encryption right off the bat. That way it doesn't have to redo it every time the user writes to the drive. It does take a little longer for the initial encryption, but it saves you time in the long run. So that's my recommendation. I almost always recommend to not require additional authentication at startup unless you're really in a highly secure environment where you have to enter a PIN or a password before the operating system loads every single time in the BIOS. Users will get really annoyed with this. But if it's a requirement, you have a compliance regulation that requires this, then you probably do have to choose this, enable it, and then choose all the options. Whether it's a startup key with a PIN and TPM and all that kind of stuff. I leave it at not configured. The options are pretty straightforward if you enable it, so we're not going to go through all those options. So the next few options are related to that, so I leave those at not configured. Going down to use, enable use of BitLocker authentication requiring pre-boot keyboard input on slates. I usually enable this for those tablets that may be disconnected from a keyboard. And, you know, if there's some reason that BitLocker goes into recovery mode and they have to enter the recovery key and they don't have a keyboard available, or it just doesn't, the tablet or the slate just doesn't have the availability of that, well, you want to enable this so that they can just use an on-screen keyboard. You definitely want to choose how BitLocker protected operating system drives could be recovered. Choose that to be enabled. You need to choose allow 256-bit recovery key and 48-digit recovery password in order for those keys to be stored in Azure. The whole idea here is that we want to store those recovery keys and packages in Azure so that we don't have to manually record those and potentially lose those or not be able to locate those in case of a BitLocker recovery being triggered by something like a hardware change or just, you know, hard drive corruption or something like that, and not be able to recover to boot BitLocker to be able to boot back into Windows. I recommend allowing the data recovery agent. It's not required, but absolutely configure storage of BitLocker recovery information to ADDS. Now that's a bit of a misnomer, because that is really in Intune active, not just Active Directory. It's not really Active Directory. It's Azure Active Directory, Entra ID, and Intune. So you definitely want to select store recovery passwords only. And the next item, do not enable BitLocker until recovery information is stored to ADDS for operating system drives. Absolutely. You don't want to encrypt this and find out you don't have the encryption key in Azure and Intune. You can find them in both places, by the way. We'll see that later when we go through our demos. That is absolutely essential, because then if you have an issue in recovery and it didn't store to Azure, then wow, you've got an issue on your hands. Actually, the next one I need to change. You want to omit the recovery options from the BitLocker setup wizard. That, again, you don't want the users to have any interaction with the BitLocker, so you want to turn that on to true. Otherwise, it's not going to be automated, and that can interfere or just potentially fail altogether. And then we've got save BitLocker recovery information to ADDS for operating system drives. Set that to true. Again, we want that information stored in Azure Active Directory and Intune, or better known as Entra ID these days. So we've also got configure pre-boot recovery message and URL. Not configured because they'll get the default one, which in my opinion is fine, which basically is if there's a problem and BitLocker recovery mode comes into play, it'll give you the default message. You could, as an option, enable it. And if you enable it, you've got some options here on creating a custom message, basically. But I don't think it's really necessary unless you think that recovery message is not good and you want to kind of custom brand it for your organization to let the user know, yes, this is legitimate, and give them a little more information on it than the generic BitLocker recovery message. Then you can go ahead and do that. But I think the default one is fine, so I don't do that. And that is the most important part, the operating system drive configuration. And that's And that's what we're going to go with. Moving on to fixed data drives. Pretty much the same selections, just for the fixed data drives. I think the only thing that's different in here is this last one. Deny write access to fixed drives not protected by BitLocker. So basically what this says is if they had a pre-existing fixed data drive, like a D drive, for instance, a secondary hard drive in their workstation, and they used to be able to save files there before BitLocker had enforced encryption. When this policy takes effect, until it becomes encrypted, they will lose the ability to write to that. So if there's a problem with a BitLocker encryption, they can no longer write to it. But I definitely, if you're going to have fixed drives at all in your environment, definitely say leave that at enabled. Because there might be a lot of corporate data files on there that you don't want. Let's say that it's a desktop or a laptop where they could pull out the, solid state disk or, an NVRAM disk and attach it externally to another computer. If that isn't BitLocker protected, man, they could hack that easily, very easily. So I recommend, even if it's only a few computers that have that, or if the user has availability to actually open up the box and put another drive in there and store data on there, I would say, even if it's a possibility, you want to enforce that. And then we have removable data drives. For BitLocker, that's BitLocker to go, which basically you're going to plug in a USB or flash drive. BitLocker to go is going to enforce a password to open that drive, and you would have to use that password if you move that drive to another computer. I mean, that's basically how BitLocker to go works. I enable the BitLocker on removable drives. I allow the users to apply it. Enforce it, full encryption. I do not allow the users to suspend that encryption. And same thing, deny write access to that if it's not, just like fixed drives, if it's not BitLocker protected. And the last one is a little bit unique. Do not allow write access to drives configured underneath another organization. I set that to false. So the drive is already encrypted with a third-party solution, then, well, I think that's fine. So we'll go ahead, since I made some changes to my policy, next, save. And of course, you can create different BitLocker policies for different groups, but I would say probably you want to have a universal, standardized BitLocker protection for all, at least workstations in your organization. So that's it for drive encryption. Let's go back to endpoint security and go on to the next one. Next, we'll take a look at EDR. Endpoint detection and response. Really not a lot to configure in there. If you don't know what EDR is, just look it up. It's basically just selections for enabling it and how to onboard it. So we'll go ahead and look at that. And I've already created a policy for that. So we will take a look at that policy that I created. And added the settings so we can take a look at the settings. So really there's only onboard and offboard for the configuration package. It's for advanced threat protection, so we have to configure that underneath onboarding, and then I just leave the other ones, telemetry and sample sharing to Microsoft is off, and that is all there is to EDR. Just basically enabling it and onboarding it and assigning it to your groups. Pretty straightforward stuff. And moving down the list, the last one that we need to do a deeper dive in that we haven't already pretty much completely covered in the portal tour is attack surface reduction, also known as ASR. Again, if you don't know what ASR is, go ahead and do a little research on ASR. So when we go to create a policy, we're going to select Windows. We could do a config manager for co-managed environments, but we'll assume that's not the scenario. And the only one that we really need to configure is attack surface reduction rules. You could additionally do the other ones, but this is the main one that you need to do at a minimal level. So we'll do this in our demo. And obviously create, take a look at it. And you'll see all the different settings in here, but we'll take a look at the policy I've already configured to give you an idea of what I recommend for ASR. But just, again, this is one of those ones that depends on your line of business applications and your compliance regulation requirements and, what's going to work in your environment. So you'd want to test this. Like if this is a little tricky because if you, again, you want to do it to a pilot and test group first that has all of the applications and configurations, a test machine or a few test machines first. And you may want to do different ASR policies and target different groups depending on the line of business applications. Because if you get too strict in here, you may actually cause problems with the applications, and you may have to make determinations on security versus functionality in your environment. So you kind of have to be careful with this. But I'll give you kind of a generic standard best practice look at what the basic settings that should work for most organizations without risking functionality for those applications. So taking a look at my ASR rules and what I've configured. And of course, this is for Microsoft Defender. It's not going to work with third-party apps. So I've blocked execution of potentially obfuscated, that's hard to say, scripts. Again, remember, you click on the information on each one of these or do additional research to find out what it does and potential risks. When I say risks, I mean risks to, production, environment, in limiting what the users can do. So I do block that. A lot of these are not configured. I do block JavaScript from launching downloadable executable content. You may have to consider that. Typically your options are not configured, off, block, audit, or warn. Audit is just going to be something that you can reference and monitor and see if there are risks in your environment from JavaScript with executable content. But any of these have pretty much the same settings. Or warn, like the user would get a warning like, hey man, this could be a risk. Do you want to do this? So each one of these is like, this is one of those ones you're going to highly customize, and you might have to do several ones and target several groups depending on the needs of the personas. Like we have, for instance, a finance department that has certain needs. You might have executives that have certain needs with their applications. You might have management, not maybe upper and lower management, and then just the general office population or administrative support or even shop floor workers. And so you might have to have a different policy for each one of those and target each one of those differently. So this one is not one that is a one size fits all. You really have to test this very thoroughly. So my recommendation is to have separate groups for each persona and have test devices or users in each one of those groups, and have each type of persona test those and modify, remediate, and ultimately pull those out. But I think you could have just one ASR rule policy, but you might need to modify it with several and target each persona differently, because you might have a need for instance a third-party app that needs some of this stuff, and they have to run that app, and you have to accept that risk. So anyways, you can do exclusions. So you could have an exclusion for those apps that need that, and then just have one ASR policy. A lot of this is not configured, but I do like to select. Hold on a second. Yes, I had to reread that because it was a little confusing. Use advanced protection against ransomware. Block would use its best effort to block ransomware. So this is a very important one. I think this should be on everything. Again, you can click on this and it tells you basically what it does. And that's pretty much it for ASR. Just generally speaking, best practice recommendations and standardization. So going back to endpoint security, this really concludes everything that needs a deeper dive that we didn't already discuss in the Intune portal tour at a complete level. So that completes this module. Let's move on to the next module. So in this module, we'll be covering Microsoft Application Management, known as MAM. So let's go over to Apps, and create a protection policy for applications. Just as a review, with applications, they're going to be siloed into either a work profile versus personal profile if you're enrolling your device, or if you're strictly just using MAM, your applications will will be siloed with corporate data into its own application so that it can do things such as manage the flow of data between personal data and corporate data, copying and pasting, those kind of things, where it can save corporate data to iCloud or Google Drive, those kind of things. That's what MAM is designed for, to protect your corporate data. So we're going to create a policy for that. Going to create, and we will do one for Android in this demo. Give it a name. Click on Next. And we have a few choices here. We can target to selected apps, all Microsoft apps, or core Microsoft apps. So you want to choose appropriately, obviously. If you want some more information, you could click on learn about assigning app protection policies and get some information on that. Most commonly, we're probably going to choose all Microsoft apps or core Microsoft apps. And then you'll see the other selections go away. If we go to selected apps, we can choose just selected apps. Like maybe we just want to protect, for instance, Microsoft Word, and click on that. And then also protect, let's say, Teams in the same policy. And then just have a different policy for the other apps. It just really depends on which apps you want to protect and how you want to protect them, whether you need different policies for them. But in this one, what I'm going to select is I'm going to say all Microsoft Core apps, actually. Click on Next, because I want to protect all my Microsoft Core apps and the Office apps and those kind of apps in the same manner with a flow of data and all that kind of stuff. So I'm going to go ahead and do that. We will not go through every single setting in here in this app protection policy, but I want you to get a sense of what you can protect in an app protection policy, and there's a few of them that I'm going to suggest you definitely would want to do, configure, especially again if you have compliance regulations that you need to protect your corporate data with. So I typically say that you don't want to allow saving your organization data to Android backup services. That would be either personal Android services. I mean, that's losing, leaking corporate data. I would definitely block that. Send organization data to other apps. Typically, we want to say policy managed apps. The policy managed apps are the applications that are managed through this policy. Your applications that you specify in here. You can exempt certain ones by going into the exempt category here. Save copies of org data. Probably want to block this too, and if so, you can say, well, wait a second. I will allow them to save to OneDrive for Business and SharePoint, but none of the other ones, for example. Protecting your corporate data in your corporate environment, so they cannot save copies of your corporate data outside of your corporate environment. I don't typically deal too much with telecommunications data. Underneath transfer messaging data to, this is, like if you clicked on a link that brought you to a messaging app or something like that, you could specify any or specific messaging app. So like if you get an email and you click on a hyperlink for texting or phone or something like that, then you could specify that information. Receiving data from other apps. Now, it's typically safe to receive data from any personal app, so typically I leave it at this. If you wanted to be really strict and didn't want to allow that, you could say policy managed apps, so that incoming copying and pasting and receiving data and those kind of things. I'm sorry, receiving data from other apps, copying and pasting is separate. Only can come from policy managed apps. Typically, I just leave that as all apps as far as receiving data. When I go down to restrict, copy, cut, copy, and paste between other apps, I say policy managed apps with paste in as my selection. So what that says is you can only copy and paste to other policy managed apps, but you can paste in from non-policy managed apps. And what you'll see, hopefully we'll get to this in the demo, is that if you try to copy corporate data to a non-policy managed app, you're going to see when you go to paste it, it's going to say your company restricts this. It's a way to restrict copying corporate data from your corporate app that's protected to an app, a personal app that's not protected, because obviously you can't protect those personal apps. So this is where I typically set that at. Now remember, we're talking about the applications, not the device itself. This is not controlling the device. So I block the screen capture and Google Assistant on the corporate apps. Now, how does it know it's a corporate app? Because you signed into that app with your corporate credentials. That has nothing to do with the user doing screen captures on their own personal data. For Android, I do require encryption. On iOS, this is not an option because iOS data is always encrypted. Let's see. This next one's a little tricky. You have to think about conditional access policies. Sync policy managed app data with native app or native apps or add-ins. Typically, I'd say to block this unless you really are already having a conditional access policy, which only allows the Microsoft apps basically to sync data through a conditional access policy. Also, if you have allowed the native mail app on iOS, I know we're looking at an Android policy, but similar thing on iOS, you may have to leave this as allow and configure your conditional access policies to make an exception to the mail app and block all other apps. I mean, you have to really plan this through. This is not just one of those ones that you're just going to hit block on and not consider the repercussions in how you want to allow users to use apps, because it's, especially on the iOS devices, people are so used to using the native mail app, it can really cause a headache for you with your customer base, your users, and you're going to get a lot of pushback. But you may be an organization that can just say, too bad. Especially if you're corporate devices, then you really have a lot more control over this, and you can say, well, this is what we do as a corporation. It's a corporate device, blah, blah, blah. So enough about that. Printing organization data, up to you. You might want to block it. If they can print it, they can scan it. They can take a screenshot with their phone and then send it off with their personal phone. It's, again, how strict do you want to get? Is it a BYOD device or is it a corporate device? Those are all considerations into these kinds of settings. This next setting is web content transfer, like hyperlinks and those kind of things, whether you want to enforce it to open in Microsoft Edge. Now, on a mobile device, you're going to have to push Edge as an app in order to enforce this. If you say Edge or an unmanaged browser, if it's an unmanaged browser, then it can be any unmanaged browser or by the ID. So you could say, well, it only can go to Microsoft Edge or unmanaged browser, and then you have to put in the browser ID in name of all the browsers that you want, or just don't restrict it. I guess the thought process here is some browsers are more secure than others. With what can leak out of the browser. So this next setting has to deal with connected devices such as wearables. Do you want to allow notifications to go to those devices? Do you want to block it altogether, just block organization data, or allow? And then you can start a tunnel connection on the app launch. Typically, I just leave that alone unless your organization needs to enforce an encrypted tunnel, like a VPN connection on the device. But in this case, we're not going to do that. Then we'll click Next. And we get into access requirements. Now remember, this is access requirements for the corporate apps themselves, not for the device. This becomes especially important when we're dealing with BYOD and you're not controlling the device itself. If the device doesn't have any PIN requirements or timeouts or anything like that, it's left open indefinitely. Well, you probably want to, in either scenario, if you're just using MAM itself and not enrolling the device, or where you can manage the device, in either scenario, you're going to want to make sure that there's a certain amount of security over the app itself, so that if the device was left open or stolen or lost, and let's say they could somehow get into the device, well, then there's going to be a secondary requirement to get into the app after a certain amount of time. And that's what we're looking at here. These are PIN requirements in the first part here for the corporate apps themselves. And again, corporate apps are the apps that are defined when you log into those apps with your corporate credentials. So for this demo, I'm going to require it numeric, simple PIN, allow. Actually, I'm going to block simple PIN. That'd be like 1, 2, 3, 4, 0, 0, 0, 0. No, don't want that. Maximum or minimum PIN length, 4 digits is fine. You can some organizations go to 6, which is fine. I'm going to leave mine at 4. Biometrics, instead of PIN, I usually allow that. That's fine. You can read through all this, but override biometrics with PIN after timeout. That's fine. I think most of this you can just leave at the default. PIN reset after a number of days. Probably a good idea to do that. And then, specify the number of days on that. And then you could say, well, they can't reuse the last 3 pins for security purposes, or just leave it at 0, or just 1. I mean, if you left it at 0, it doesn't make any sense to have a pin reset, because it could reset it to the same one. So you want to put something in there. So here we're saying still enforce the app pin even if the device pin is set. Some organizations say, well, if they got a device pin, and I'm not going to require them to have the app pin, but it really depends on whether your organization is controlling that device and setting the requirements on the device pin. Because if not, I mean, you get somebody that says, well, I have a timeout of 24 hours for my screen lock and doesn't require a pin. Well, let's say that device gets stolen and then there's no app pin. Well, shoot, they can get you corporate data for a whole 24 hours. So I always leave that at require. Unless you're controlling the device as a corporate device and you've already configured the corporate device pin to what you want, then you can say, okay, well, we've got the device pin, so we don't need the app pin. Work or school credentials for access, I always do that, not required. We've got a pin. I don't want them to have to put in their username and password just to get in the app every time it times out. And recheck the access requirements after X number of minutes of inactivity. That means if the app is open, and it's inactive, force a recheck of the credentials with a pin. So I think I'll leave it at that. So now we've got a really cool feature underneath conditional launch. You can change the values on these. So basically it says after 5 pin attempts and they failed, what do you want to do? So you could change it to 10 or whatever. You could reset pin. You could wipe the data from the device. That's a corporate data, not the device itself. You're not doing a factory reset. Remember, this is all with corporate data on the applications inside the corporate applications. Say offline grace period 1440. That must be. That must be minutes, I think. Double check that. Oh yeah, it says block access minutes over here. So if it's offline for 1440 minutes, which is 24 hours, then block access, or you can choose what data days, but not sure why that's grayed out, honestly. All they have to do is re-authenticate. Yeah, I'm sorry. We've got one for block access and one for wipe days. That's why, because we did it in the previous screen. And all they have to do is re-authenticate. And if they were blocked because of the 24 hours, they just have to enter their PIN. If they're blocked for being offline for 90 days, then they will have to, re-authenticate with their credentials. The data would have been removed from the device, but as soon as they re-authenticate, then with their username and password, then the data will come right back. It's not like it's wiping the data from their account. And then you have some additional options here that you can choose if you want to. Highly recommend keeping the jailbroken rooted devices block in the Samsung Knox device attestation, which would be rooted. I'm sorry. Just that it's a Samsung Knox capable device. If it's not, then block access, because you don't want devices that you can't control. But if it's just MAM and you're not actually able to control the device, it's BYOD, then you might want to remove this one for Samsung Knox, because not all Samsungs are going to have Knox on them. And if you're allowing BYOD, then you might not have a choice. But I would definitely say, well, if you're bringing BYOD, we won't allow you to access our corporate data if you're if you got jailbroken or rooted device. It's part of our corporate policy. Sorry, but find another device or reverse the jailbroken rooted functionality on the device if you want to access the data on your BYOD device. How do you recommend keeping that? Now, there's a whole bunch of other ones you can add in here. We're not going to go through any of those, but a whole bunch of other ones you can add as far as you want to access our corporate data on the corporate apps. Well, then here's some other restrictions that we're going to apply. Is we can't enforce those in your device through MAM, but we're going to do a compliance check and make sure that your device passes these basic compliance checks in order to get access to your corporate data on your BYOD device. Or it could be corporate, but corporate devices we would normally do with a compliance policy through MDM and not through MAM. So that's that. We're not going to do any scopes to further define filter based on a different criteria. We're not going to do that. We will add groups later when we go to do our demo. So we're not going to add it now. But again, test with a pilot, don't roll it out to production, and have everybody screaming at you because something doesn't work or they're locked out of something. Always do pilot and testing before you roll it out to everybody in production. And then when you do it in production, roll it out in batches. Don't roll it out to everybody at the same time. So I'll assign that later. We'll click Next and Create. And we're good on that part. So now we're moving on to MAM configuration profiles. When we go to create a new configuration profile, we have two options. We can do it per managed devices or managed apps, and it's going to be pretty much a completely different type of configuration based on which we select. So do we want to create a configuration for the app itself or the device? So let's take a look first at managed apps. We'll give it a name. We've got to select the app. So in this case, we'll say Outlook. Select which platform. Click on Next. There's no settings catalog available for this, so we're going to have to go in and choose the settings individually for the app that we want to configure from the settings underneath each category that's available. So just taking a look at this example, we have general configuration settings. We could manually enter those. Tunnel, whatever. Not really important. For Outlook, we're pretty much going to focus on the configuration settings if that were our application. All the settings that we want to push to the application so the user doesn't have to configure it for themselves. For instance, focused inbox, biometrics, contacts, can they save them or not, mail tips, blocking external images, default app signature, configured yes or no, replies, all the configurations that Outlook has. If you want to predefine those for the application, when you push the application, and they'll be configured shortly after the application is pushed. So all these kind of settings for the application itself, we can define in a configuration profile. And so per application, each one of these is going to be different depending on the applications and the settings available for that application. So we'll get out of this. And we'll take a look at creating a configuration profile for managed devices instead of the apps. And what does that look like? So we have to give it a name. Choose the profile platform, the profile type. Let's say fully managed, dedicated, or corporate owned. And then we'll select, in this case, which one of the applications we've already got assigned or pushed. And we'll click on Next. And we're going to select Configuration Designer. I don't want to do a whole JSON file on my own. So depending on the app, you may have some selections that you can do from the settings catalog itself, or you may just have JSON selections that you can choose and kind of edit manually. So in this case, for this app, we have to go to the JSON editor through the configuration designer and not just the JSON file. So for instance, we could say pre-fill in shared device mode, suppress camera consent for QR code, hit on those, and then what we're going to see is we will be able to fill in that information and choose whether it's just a checkbox or whether we have additional selections here, whether we have to type in a string or a variable or etc. Or just an on-off, enabled or not configured type of scenario. It depends on each app and each configuration for that app that we choose. And so that would be a view from the configuration designer with the JSON selections. So let's get out of this. Let's take a look at a little different one. Of course, the app has to be pushed to the device for these configurations to take effect, or be at least available. And so with the device ones, when you're creating a device, managed device configuration profile, you're not going to see that app available to configure if you haven't already created that app ahead of time. So keep that in mind. So let's take a look at the Samsung Smart Switch that I already created a configuration for that app. Now I've already created that app, and that's why it was available to configure. What did I do in there? So very similar to what we just saw, I said use configuration designer instead of entering manually JSON data. And so I chose, I could add a few of them, but in this case, there's really only one selection for that app. Allow the smart switch run, yes, no, yes or no, basically. And when I click on that to be available, it's Boolean, I had to actually click this to make it true. Otherwise, it's not going to configure. Very important when you're doing this. Some of these have checkboxes. If you don't do the checkbox, the Boolean is going to be false, and it's not going to run. And so here's my selection. Enable users to connect this app across work and school profiles. Enabled. This is one of those ones that's a little tricky because if you don't do this for this app, it doesn't work even in the work profile. And so this is one of those ones that we had to do in app configuration profile inside of MAM. And that's pretty much all there is to the configuration profiles in MAM. So that finishes up this module, and let's move on to the next one. In this module, we'll be covering application deployment for iOS, iPadOS, Android, and Windows. We'll begin with iOS, iPadOS. So we'll go to Apps, and then underneath Apps, we're going to see Platforms, and for each platform, we can click on each platform and create apps underneath each one of those platforms. So let's go to iOS, iPadOS. And before we go any further, I do have a whole separate video on this with a demonstration. So this is pretty simple, pretty straightforward. We'll be going through it pretty quickly. Check out the link below for my separate video on doing this. Oh, and also do not forget that you cannot manage or deploy apps to iOS, iPadOS until you've created that Apple MDM push certificate. If you have not already watched the part of this video where I go over the creation of that certificate, it's at 3 hours, 1 minute, and around 55 seconds. Definitely watch that if you haven't watched that yet. That is a prerequisite. All right, so let's continue. So we will go to Create, and then select app type, iOS Store app, select, and then we're simply just going to click on the search the App Store. iOS is real easy to do. So let's click on that. Clicking on search the App Store. And we're just going to simply type in the name of the app we want to find. So, for instance, Microsoft Word. We'll click on it, select, and pretty much everything is going to be filled out for you, even the icon. You could fill in the additional stuff if you wanted to, but it's pretty much next, and then assign, as you would typically assign. First to a pilot test group, and then to production after that. And keep in mind, once you create the app, you can create a configuration profile in MAM for the app if you needed to. And there's really nothing else to creating an iOS, iPadOS store app. So let's move on to the next type of app. So let's now go to the Android application deployment types and click on that. And when we click on Create, we're going to have a couple of different options in there, and we'll discuss those. We have options for Android Store app and Managed Google Play app. For Managed Google Play app, we will have had to already configure the connector to our Managed Google Play Store. And if you haven't already seen this part of the video, it's at 3 hours, 8 minutes, and approximately 22 seconds. So review that. And of course, I've went a little more in depth with a separate YouTube video that I have on this. And so check out the link below on that. But when we go to create, we have two different options in create. One of them is for an Android store app, and one of them is for a managed Google Play app. The managed Google Play app is going to require that connector. And the managed Google Play app is also going to require that the device is enrolled either as a BYOD or the corporate device in Intune. So if you're doing MAM without enrollment, you have to choose the Android store app, because the managed Google Play app will not work if you're just using MAM without enrollment. So we will first go through a managed Google Play app and then an Android store app. So once the connector has been set up for the managed Google Play Store, it's really easy to create that type of app. So we'll go ahead and create that right now. We simply select Managed Google Play app and click select. We will search for that app on Google Play. Then we'll click on it. And then we're going to have to click on where it says select. And once we click on select, we're going to then have to click on sync. And then we'll give it a few minutes. And after we click on sync, and it will show up in our Android apps. Once we see it in our app list, we will go ahead and click on that. And then go to properties so that we can edit the assignments. Down below. And we can either require this app for certain groups, we can make it available for enrolled devices, or make it available for enrolled or non-enrolled devices. And this is the same type of assignment that you'll see for any type of application, iOS, Android, or Windows. So in this case, I'm going to go ahead and add this as a required application to a certain group. Go ahead into that group and assign it. And once assigned, you'll see it in the included underneath require. Remember that if you're going to require an app assignment, that device has to be enrolled with Intune. It can't just be using MAM without enrollment. So there is a different type of Android app that you can deploy called the Android Store app. Instead of deploying it from the managed Google Play Store, it's basically just a link to the regular Android store where they'd have to click on it. And the use case for this might be that you don't want to link a connector to the managed Google Play Store, or the second one, probably the most often, is that you're using BYOD apps with MAM without enrollment, where you're not managing the device and you have to deploy the Android apps this way. This is a little more involved, but it's not too bad. We're going to go to Create. We're going to select the app type as an Android Store app. Select. And now, the most important information we have to gather is the App Store URL. We have to gather this URL for the hyperlink for the app that we want them to be able to click on to install themselves. It'll still make it available, and in MAM without enrollment, it'll still launch the company portal app in a manner that will just manage the app for corporate data without enrolling the device. So you would still want them to get this app push as an Android app instead of them just going there and to the App Store and doing it themselves. It's much more convenient this way. In order to grab that app URL, we're going to have to go to play.google.com/store/apps and search for that app to begin with. We will find the app and click on the app. And what we'll do is we will grab the URL from the store location where we found that app. Just simply from the web browser address bar. Then we will go back to our app, our Android app, and we will paste that in the App Store app section. And we'll give it a name, Microsoft Excel, and fill out the rest of the information. We can choose to show this as a featured app. Let's go ahead and do that. And the rest of it is optional. I would select an image, so let's go ahead and do that. Typically, I'll just grab that image from the Google Store and copy that image and save it as a PNG for import into the app. So let's go back and add that logo. And that's kind of important because it seems legitimate when the user is going to click on it, and it'll just look ugly if it doesn't have that. And then you're just basically going to click on next, next, assignments. If we're going to do this for MAM without enrollment, we'll go ahead and say add group, get our group. And create. We're going to have to give it a minute or two before it shows up. And then we'll see it show up. Notice here we have one that is the one we just created, our Android Store app for Excel. And then we have one we created for the Managed Google Play Store app. So you're probably wondering, if my device is not enrolled, it's BYOD, and it's MAM without enrollment, how are the users going to get apps delivered? Well, that's a great question. On their device, they're going to go to the web version of the company portal app. So that address is portal.manage.microsoft.com. So they go to web browser on their device, and then they're just going to log in with their corporate credentials. any apps that you have designated as featured apps will show up underneath featured apps. And then any other apps will show up underneath recently published apps. But if there's not enough space, then the user simply clicks on all apps to see all the applications that are available. So the idea here is that if they click on one of their corporate apps like Microsoft Excel and click on View and Store, it'll simply have a click on Install straight from the Android store without having them have to find the app and install it and all that kind of stuff. So we'll let that install. Then once installed, they'll click on Open. And it's starting to configure. And if they've already successfully authenticated to corporate, the corporate enterprise Microsoft 365 with another app, then it should just automatically log them in like you see here and have a list of, all their documents and all that kind of stuff, and they're done. If not, they'll have to authenticate for the first time to, their corporate data with their username and password. And then they'll, within a few minutes, they'll get a prompt for the company portal app, not to enroll, but just basically to allow it to manage that app. And that's it. To wrap up our app deployment module, we're going to now dive into Windows apps. Before we get knee-deep into it, there's a few things I want to mention. First of all, I have a whole video dedicated to this, so check out the link I provided right here. Second of all, we are not going to go through app packaging in this video. It's in the video that I provided. I go through app packaging step by step in order to do what we call a Win32 app. And don't let that name fool you. Even though it's called a Win32 app, it's also 64-bit application. You need to create a package through a command line utility. And again, that's covered in the video that I provided here. And when packaging, you're always going to want to have the MSI file, not an exe file. So that's my little bit of information before we get into actually deploying Windows applications, specifically Win32 apps, is what we're going to focus on in this demo. So we will go to Windows on these platforms. And then again, this is getting very familiar to you. Create. We will select the app type as a Windows 32 app down here underneath Other. Now, notice there are Microsoft Store apps for Windows. We won't go over that. They're pretty easy. You basically, it's just like the Google Store. You just select it from the Microsoft Store, or Web Application Link, Edge, Microsoft 365 apps if you want to deploy Microsoft 365 apps. But they're all so straightforward, it's really not even worth going over. We want to focus on the one that's going to be a little bit challenging to understand and a little bit more involved. So we're going to do, deploying actual Windows apps on a Windows computer. So we're going to select Windows app 32, Win32. We're going to hit select. And now we come to the part that says, where is your package file? Okay, so this is the process that we're not going to go over in this video. Again, check out my video on Win32 apps. I go through all the steps of creating that package. And again, when you create that package, you want to create that package with an MSI file. And you'll see that in my other video. So we want to select the app package file. We want to find that package that we've created. So we're going to click on the folder to find that. And once we find that app with the Intune Win extension, it'll tell us the name, the platform, the app version, the size, all that kind of stuff. So this is the package file that we need to upload into Intune in order to deploy this app to Windows machine. So we'll hit an OK. We're going to have to edit this information to what we need to do. You can edit the description or just leave it generic, like the title. It's up to you. You do have to, this is 7-zip. So I'm just going to say 7-zip is the publisher. And the app version, leave it at that. And you'll see why in a minute. You could say this is a featured app, but 7-zip, probably not a featured app in my opinion. You could fill out the rest of the stuff, but not necessary. Browse for the logo. Hit OK. And then we'll just click on Next. And here's all the important stuff. You really want to pay attention to the details in here. So from the MSI file, it's going to pick up on the install command the default switches from the MSI file. Now, you may want to modify that according to some customization that you might need to do for the installation. And you'll want to look up the vendor's documentation on this to see what those switches are for the MSI file. It's just really dependent on the MSI file itself and the vendor. But you may need to add some additional switches. On this one, the I switch just says install and it shows where the MSI file is. I think Q is for quiet. I think N is for no prompt. I don't know. The other nice thing is from an MSI file is it automatically picks up the uninstall command from the MSI file, so you don't have to try to figure that out on your own. You'll want to consider how long you think this would take to install and put a reasonable amount of time in there and maybe give yourself a little bit of buffer so that you can give a reasonable timeout if it fails and not wait forever. Scrolling down a little bit. If we hover over allow available uninstall, it says select yes to provide the uninstall option for this app for users from the company portal. Select no to prevent users from uninstalling the app from the company portal. So if it's a required app, I would say no. If it's just something that's optional, well then maybe we just leave it on yes. Install behavior, always leave it at system unless the vendor says it has to be installed under the user context. You don't want user interaction. You want this to be automatically installed from Intune. I pretty much never see that an app has to install underneath the user context. If it does, then you have to do your research. But always leave it underneath system for all apps unless specifically required by the vendor. Under device restart behavior, there are a few options. but I typically say app install may force a device restart. Now, if you're in an environment where you don't want users to just get an automatic restart without warning, well then you may want to change these options. And here's the options that you have. I leave the return codes at their default unless you need to add or change the return codes for your specific needs. But I would leave them at the vendor defaults unless you have a specific reason to change those. So we click on next. And now we have the requirements for the app to install. If we set the requirements too high, the app will not install. And a bit of advice, even though the vendor documentation says, for instance, it needs 64 gigabytes of RAM to install and hard drive space and blah, blah, blah. And if the system does have that, I've seen this fail in the past. I typically do not set the requirements on this, except for you have to select something for the minimum. So starting with check the operating system architecture, I would typically just leave it at no. It's up to you. On minimum operating system, I would probably leave that at the minimum Windows 10, even though Windows 10 is going down to support. That's up to you. Those two are the only two that are required to select. The rest of them are not required. And let me scroll down a little bit. So I would say for the rest of them, just leave them blank. The application itself is smart enough to know that it doesn't meet the minimum requirements. So there's no need to go into here and select those. Again, I've seen it fail where you set the minimums, and even though the operating system or the device has those minimum requirements, there's something quirky about it. So I tend to recommend not setting these. So we'll go ahead and click on next now. And the detection rules is basically, how do I detect if this application already exists in the version that I'm deploying on the system that I'm deploying it to? And so we have several options underneath here. Well, at least two options. If it's a mainstream, well-established application, you're almost always going to select manually configured detection rules. If it's some weird, third-party app that was custom developed for some specific reason and they just don't follow the rules, then you might have to have a custom detection script. But in most cases, we're just going to say manually configure detection rules to see if that application already exists for the version that we're installing. So when we go to add the rules to detect whether that application is already installed in the system, that's where we're going to have a few options. Most often, we're going to choose MSI. Again, if you choose to use an EXE, that's your only option, and you've got to look for the file or registry key, and that file could be an actual file or a folder. We'll see that in a second. Well, then you've got to go down that path. But if you, and this is why I say always try to get an MSI, because if we choose MSI, it's automatically going to populate from the MSI that we've loaded what the MSI detection code is we could say version check yes on that. And say greater than or equal to, but if the application itself, the MSI product code, changes from version to version, we do not need to select the product version check. So let's say 7-Zip changes their product code from one version to the next. We don't need to do this. If they don't, then we'll have to go in here and say, well, okay, greater than or equal to, and the version number, something like that. We're going to choose no. Let's say that we didn't have an MSI and we wanted to validate by file. Then we have the option to specify the path and also either a file or a folder. And then the detection method would be either file or folder exists, date modified, date created, string, size of megabytes, all those kind of things. So you can detect, so for instance, sometimes the vendor will have different installation paths or different executables or MSIs for different versions, or just, not even different versions, but that application exists in that path. So we could choose file, and we could also choose registry, key path, value name, detection method, key exists, key does not exist, string comparison, version comparison, integer comparison. I mean, really, you need to look this up, depending on the app, a bit beyond the scope of just Intune training that we're doing right here. But know that those are all available. So we're going to go with the MSI. We're going to skip the product version check. We're going to assume that each version of the application we're doing right now is going to change the product. The product code changes between each one of those versions. So it'll be able to detect the version by the product code. We're going to hit OK. And by the way, you can add more detection rules if you wanted to. We'll hit next to go on to dependencies. Now, the important thing about this is, let's say we had .NET framework, 4.8 as a dependency, or any other type of dependency. When we go to add, we would already have to have created an application for those dependencies in Intune to be able to add them. So it's only going to list what we have in Intune already as an application to be able to specify the dependency. So if we didn't create that ahead of time, we cannot specify dependencies for this application. So again, go to your vendor, say, are there any dependencies, and figure it out. If it's not part of an automatic Windows update that most computers will have, then you may want to create an application just for that dependency and then add it underneath dependencies. But we're going to say no to this one. We're not going to add anything. We're going to click next to get to supersedence. And this is going to become important as you continue to roll out new versions of applications. I chose this specifically because I do have an earlier version of 7-Zip that I want to supersede. But when you read this whole thing right here, it basically explains everything to you, and you could click on Learn More. When you supersede an application, you can specify which apps will be directly updated or replaced. To update an app, to disable the uninstall previous version option. To replace an app, enable the uninstall previous version option on the app that you had already deployed. So you have to make sure you do that. Pretty much that's it. So I'm going to go ahead and click on Add. And I'm going to do, as you see here, the version I have that I'm trying to deploy right now is 24.09. There's an earlier version of 23.01.00.0. And so I'm going to say uninstall that previous version. Now, if you have several versions, you're probably going to want to create an app for every single version that's in your environment and specify those when you select them as supersedents, so it can uninstall those. And then importantly, you're going to see uninstall previous version. Yes, we want to uninstall the previous version unless it's an upgrade, and it's only an upgrade, and it's not a full install. And so we would click on that. And we've gotten through all of the hard stuff now. It's just pretty much next. Scope tags, we're not going to deal with that. And then add in group. And again, you're going to want to pilot this, test it before you roll it out to production. Make sure you have a test machine that has previous versions on it. Thoroughly test it before you roll it out to production. And that's it. That wraps up not only our section on Win32 app deployment, but also our module on app deployments. So let's move on to the next module. So we are at a great point right now. We've went through the Intune portal tour. We've went through pretty much all the major configurations for policies and enrollment and all that kind of stuff. Now we need to talk about what are the common mistakes and best practices recommendations for Intune. Number one is a big one. Lack of clear planning and strategy. I mean, this is, I can't emphasize this enough. This is really important. From the incipiency of the project, we need to involve all stakeholders. That may be management, that may be the network team, that may be the desktop deployment team, that might be the security team, that might be the network team. We have to involve all of them in the discussion and planning. The mistake is jumping straight into configuration without defining user cases, user device groups, and management goals, and planning this properly, quite honestly. The impact is it leads to inconsistent policies, device management gaps, and difficulty scaling later on. The second common mistake is to utilize poor group and assignment design. For example, using overly broad or overlapping groups for policy and app assignments. The impact could be you would have conflicts between policies and profiles. For example, configuration profiles, policies, duplicate app deployments, and troubleshooting headaches. The best practice is to use dynamic groups with well-defined filters if possible. Next is misconfigured compliance policies. And we spoke about this a lot. Really, compliance policies is a minimum set of, let's get us through the gateway to get us to authenticate to our corporate apps. And then after that, let's define our device restriction policies and all that kind of stuff. Setting compliance policies that are too strict or inconsistent across platforms may cause a problem with them even getting into the corporate apps to begin with. Impact, which we started to talk about. Devices may become non-compliant unnecessarily, blocking users and increasingly causing help desk calls. The next one is a big one. Ignoring conditional access testing. You really need to test the conditional access policies before rolling them out. So the mistake is deploying conditional access policies to all users and devices without staged rollout or exceptions. Impact is users can get locked out of critical apps and services, which is critical to your production environment. It's just really bad to not plan this properly and pilot it and test it first. Best practice is to test with pilot groups before enforcing organization-wide. So, scrolling down a little bit, next is not planning for hybrid AAD join scenarios with Azure AD/Entra ID. And this is particularly relevant to autopilot. Do you have remote users that will not be joined to Active Directory and will not be hybrid, and some that will be joined to Active Directory and hybrid, or a combination of the both? It's really crucial to planning. So one of the mistakes is assuming all devices will be Azure AD joined or hybrid joined, when some of them will be one or the other, or maybe both. The impact is that devices fail enrollment or duplicate devices appear. Best practice is to plan and identify device join strategy carefully. You really need to look at the personas in your organization. Who's going to be remote, who's going to be joined to Active Directory, who's going to be hybrid, all those kind of things. The next one is overlooking app deployment planning. The mistake is deploying too many apps at once or not categorizing apps required versus available. The impact is slows enrollment, network congestion, and user frustration. Best practice is to phase app deployment and prioritize business critical apps first. Next is not using autopilot properly. The mistake is failure to capture proper hardware hashes or configure profiles correctly. So this is very important. We spoke about earlier in this video, requiring the device, the device's manufacturer vendor to register those devices in Intune, or manually entering those in Intune for autopilot. Now, and again, I have a whole separate video on this. Hybrid autopilot is a lot more complex, and again, refer to my video on that. The impact is devices fail out of the box experience provisioning, OOBE, or end up unmanaged. Best practice is to validate autopilot profiles and test with autopilot before scaling. And if you're in an environment where you have both hybrid autopilot and just pure joined Azure AD, Entra ID autopilot devices, well, then you're going to have separate profiles for those policies, and you're going to want to test both of those. So let's scroll down a little bit more. This one is often overlooked, but it's very important. The lack of communication in user training. users have no idea what's going on. We have to develop a plan, and we have to communicate that plan so they know what's going on, whether it's a corporate device or a BYOD device. They have to have step-by-step instructions. They have to know what's going on, what's controlled by the organization, and what's not controlled by the organization. And it's totally dependent on your device deployment scenarios. And you might have several of them. You might have corporate devices and BYOD devices. So you have to plan for that appropriately. So the mistake is not informing end users about what will happen to the devices. The impact is users will perceive Intune as intrusive, leading to resistance and increased support tickets. Best practice is to provide clear instructions in documentations and FAQs for enrollment, or if it's just a BYOD with MAM without enrollment, those instructions as well. Another mistake that I see all the time is poor policy naming and documentation. And the mistake is random naming conventions and undocumented configurations. You want to document all of this. The impact is it's difficult to troubleshoot, audit, or delegate management. Best practice is to use standardized naming conventions and auditing. That will impact auditing and allow you to delegate. The next big mistake is ignoring endpoint security integration. And we have a whole module on this, a whole section on this anyways. This is very, very important. So the mistake is not configuring Intune endpoint security policies. That's Defender, ASR, attack surface reduction, EDR, those kind of policies, BitLocker, those kind of things. You want to configure those, as we have discussed in this video. The impact is that the devices may be managed for compliance, but lack the security auditing that you need for your organization and possibly, ultimately, your security compliance regulations that are demanded by your industry. Best practice is to integrate Intune with Defender for Endpoint or your third-party security tools, as we talked about with the connectors and detection, customized detection rules, and etc. So, scrolling down a little bit more, another common big mistake is overlooking reporting and monitoring. Not reviewing Intune reports or alerts regularly. Now, this could be on the application level or the security level or the device level, but you need to monitor those. The impact would be issues like failed enrollments, non-compliance, and app deployment failures go unnoticed. So you really need to do, as a best practice, monitor Intune dashboards and proactive alerts. And the next one is huge. We've talked about this incessantly throughout our training. No pilot or staged rollout. A mistake is deploying configurations to the entire organization without piloting or testing. You really have to deploy to small groups, test, and validate before going on to production. The impact is that organization-wide outages or broken workflows could happen. Best practice is to always start with a pilot group or test group, whatever we want to do, and validate before expanding to production. So scrolling down a little bit more, this is a big one too. Mismanaging BYOD versus corporate-owned devices. This impacts compliance policies and configuration profiles and MAM, all of that. You want to configure your enrollment profiles, your configuration profiles, your compliance policies, and your MAM policies specific to corporate and personal / BYOD devices, and plan that appropriately. The impact is privacy concerns, excessive restrictions, or lack of control if it's BYOD with corporate devices specifically. So, as I've already alluded to with the previous mention, use different compliance profiles and enrollment methods for BYOD versus corporate devices, and also, configuration policies as well. The next one is failing to plan for multi-platform support. We've talked a lot about this, so I think you get the point already about this. But the mistake is not accounting for differences between Windows, Mac OS, iOS, and Android with the compliance, configuration, and all that kind of stuff. Impact is that policies fail or don't apply correctly, and the best practice is to create platform-specific configurations and test separately. But I think we've done a good job at illustrating that already. And the last one is not keeping up with Intune and policy changes, whether that's compliance policies, configuration policies, or MAM policies, or MAM configurations. Intune it changes all the time. And especially in a hybrid environment where you have Active Directory, some of the GPOs ultimately will be able to be accommodated in Intune, even if they weren't able to be done so previously. So keep up on that. So mistake is using outdated methods such as relying on AD GPOs only, or not enabling new Intune features. The impact would be missed opportunities for simplification and improved security. And I will add to that, moving towards the ultimate goal of relying less on Active Directory and more on Intune, where the future may be all Intune, but you're probably not there yet. So this goes without saying that us as IT consultants or IT pros, we constantly have to stay updated with the technology, and Intune changes all the time. So keep updated on Intune's monthly feature update releases. So from my experience, that's a pretty comprehensive checklist of common mistakes and best practices to be aware of. So that would wrap up this module. Let's move on to the next one. So now we will cover tips and best practices. There will be a little bit of overlap from the previous module on best practices, but it doesn't hurt to reinforce some of these major considerations with best practices. Number one on the list, planning and strategy. And this is extremely important. I can't reinforce this enough. Define your goals and use cases first. For example, BYOD versus corporate owned, app management versus full device management. So plan meetings with stakeholders and team members. And these team members typically are your security team, your application owners, network team, the desktop support team, management, executives, all those people who have a stake in the rollout of Intune. Always start with a small pilot group before rolling out to all users and devices. And additionally, I say start with test users and test devices, not even real production pilot users. Separate policies by platform and purpose to avoid conflicts and simplify troubleshooting. Helps you isolate and target where the issues are. Document and standardize naming conventions for all profiles, policies, and groups. Number 2, device enrollment and group management. Use dynamic Azure AD groups where applicable, based on operating system, ownership type, and department, for example. And you can use those for automatic targeting in applications, policies, profiles, all those kind of things. Plan BYOD, personal devices, versus corporate enrollment strategies separately. For example, company portal for BYOD, we already talked about MAM without enrollment. Autopilot, you may want to have separate autopilot policies for different types of device enrollment strategies. Leverage Windows Autopilot to streamline new device provisioning. And test enrollment scenarios, again, before rolling out. Hybrid join, Azure AD join, and personal devices before you roll out to the whole entire enterprise. Number 3, policy configuration and compliance. Keep your policies modular and specific. For example, one policy per function. BitLocker, Antivirus, ASR, password, Wi-Fi, and on and on. Use compliance policies to enforce security standards. For example, encryption, OS version, jailbreak, root detection. But remember, compliance policies on their own will not enforce anything without a conditional access policy that says you're going to block them if the device is not compliant. Keep that in mind. Apply conditional access policies in stages and always test with test or pilot groups first. Don't just roll out a whole bunch of conditional access policies to your entire organization. You're going to have a nightmare on your hands. If you are enrolling BYOD personally owned devices, avoid overly restrictive settings on those personal devices to prevent user frustration. Number 4, security and data protection. Enable Microsoft Defender for endpoint integration for advanced security and monitoring. We went over this earlier in the video. Use app protection policies, MAM, for BYOD scenarios to protect corporate data without full device management/enrollment. We talked about this a lot with the MAM protection policies, and we even talked about MAM without enrollment. So we spend a lot of time on this. Implement device encryption, BitLocker for Windows, File Vault for Mac, and Secure Boot where supported. Configure attack surface reduction, ASR, and endpoint detection and response, EDR, for Windows devices. And we did spend a bit of time on this as well in the endpoint security component. leverage conditional access policies. I can't say this enough. Conditional access policies appear in Intune, but really they're outside of Intune. They're in Entra / Azure. And they come into play for many things that go hand in hand or integrate with Intune. For instance, requiring MFA, blocking legacy authentication protocols, things such as blocking outside of the US. But conditional access policies, you can't really deploy Intune without planning conditional access policies. That's going to be necessary. And scrolling down a little bit, number 5, application management. Categorize apps into required, available, and remember with available we have available for enrolled devices, and we also have available for enrolled and unenrolled devices, such as unenrolled would mean devices such as BYOD that are only using MAM policies, and uninstall groups for clear deployment strategy. Deploy business critical apps first during enrollment to minimize user downtime. Use the company portal app for user self-service app installation. So that could be a fully installed version of the company portal app where the device is enrolled, or it could be the web version of the company portal app that we talked about for MAM without enrollment for devices that are BYOD and they do not enroll into Intune. Consider using the Win32 app packaging for complex app deployments with dependencies and supersedence. And we spent quite a bit of time on that. So if you missed that, check out that section in my video. Number 6, monitoring, reporting, and troubleshooting. Regularly review Intune reports. These could be enrollment failures, compliance, app deployment status, device statuses, all those kind of things. Set up alerts and automation for non-compliance or failed enrollments. A little bit beyond the scope of what we're covering here, but you can always do the research on that. Monitor the security dashboards in Intune and Defender for potential threats. That's a big one. And that'll give you information on how to remediate and what those threats are. And use endpoint analytics to assess device performance and proactively fix issues. Again, we didn't go into much detail on that, but it's a tip and a little bit beyond the scope of this video, but definitely look into that and do some research on that. Number 7, user communication and training. This is often overlooked, but is extremely crucial, and it is imperative for a successful rollout in a production environment. Notify users well in advance before deployment to explain what will change and why. Whether it's corporate devices or BYOD, you still need to notify them of the changes, what those changes will be, and why those are happening. Provide clear enrollment instructions if it is a device that's going to be enrolled, including screenshots or videos. Even if you're using MAM without enrollment, you still want to have screenshots and videos. Educate users about privacy boundaries, what IT can and cannot see on their devices. And Microsoft has a lot of information on their documentation that you can just basically provide URLs or grab the screenshots from and to create that documentation, or do both. grab some of the screenshots that are customized for your environment, and then provide the links from Microsoft. That's typically what I do. And offer self-help resources and FAQs, frequently asked questions, to reduce support tickets. It's also helpful to provide the support information, help desk, phone number, and email address for anything that wouldn't be covered in those resources. Number 8, maintenance and continuous improvement. Now, we all know that Microsoft changes things all the time. We have to, as IT professionals in a supportive environment, keep up to date and keep our policies and profiles up to date, as well as keeping our communications up to date to the corporate users. So we need to regularly review and update policies as the OS and Intune features evolve. We need to decommission unused or duplicate policies to reduce conflicts. We need to stay up to date on Microsoft's monthly Intune feature releases. We should conduct periodic audits of devices, compliance, and security posture. Microsoft does provide a secure score analysis in the Defender portal, and it provides all the remediation that needs to be done. So if you don't know or are not familiar with the Microsoft Secure Score in the Defender portal, take a look at that. It's a very helpful tool on the dashboard to tell you where your weaknesses are, where you can improve, and recommendations on how to improve that, etc. So scrolling down a little bit more, number 9, governance, and role delegation. Use role-based access control, RBAC, which uses the least permissions model, to delegate Intune admin tasks appropriately. Microsoft has documentation on the different Intune roles, and I recommend using PIM, Privileged Identity Management, to assign these roles. And I have a whole separate video on PIM, and that's how I recommend assigning these roles. So check out my video on PIM, which goes hand in hand with the second bullet point. Separate global admin duties from day-to-day device management to reduce risk to the corporate environment. Enable audit logs to track policy changes and administrative actions. And that's a pretty simple task. You can just do a Google search on that in the Tenant, and it'll show you how to enable the audit logs. Pretty straightforward. Number 10, cloud and integration considerations. Integrate with Azure AD, now known as Entra ID, identity protection for risk-based conditional access. Again, beyond the scope of this video for Intune, but definitely a tip and recommendation. Just check out the documentation from Microsoft on that. Use Intune plus Defender for Endpoint for unified endpoint security protection. We talked about this a few times. I'm not going to kill that one. Consider co-management with Configuration Manager SCCM, which is now known as MECM, during phased migrations. And again, there's a lot to that. So check out my YouTube page. I probably will have a video dedicated to this shortly in the future. There's a lot to that. But basically, there's in phase migrations, there's connectors to Azure, and federation that happens at, connections to the tenant and that provides the federation and all that kind of stuff. But then you also have workloads, and you slide the workloads to which workloads are going to happen on SCCM and which ones are going to happen in Intune. And, for instance, compliance versus configuration. And along with that, there's group policy versus in Active Directory versus the policies you set in Intune, all that kind of stuff. And also plan for third-party app integration. You want to have conversations with the vendors. Any business critical apps, line of business apps, for example, Cisco, VPN, any other VPN apps, all that kind of stuff. You need to plan for those. So in summary, the key takeaway is a successful Intune deployment combines very careful planning, testing for test groups and pilot testing, user communication, and continuous improvement. I can't stress that enough. Intune is not something that you set and leave alone. You're going to constantly be modifying, monitoring, and improving it. Always validate before scaling, and leverage Intune's reporting and security integrations to stay proactive. So that finishes this module on tips and best practices. Let's go on to the next module. So now that we've configured and assigned policies, let's take a look at them from the device side on both a Windows and Android device as demos. So beginning with Windows, we will go to Devices, then go to Windows, and choose one of the devices from the list that's enrolled and policies are assigned to. And on the overview category, notice at the top, we have a bunch of options for enrolled devices. We can retire the device, which will remove it from Intune, but keep the device intact. We can wipe the device, give it a fresh restart. We can delete the device, which will delete it from Intune and Entra ID / Azure AD. We can sync the device to sync the policies and applications to the device to force it to process a little quicker. We can restart the device, collect diagnostics, do a fresh start, which will give us a couple of options on whether we want to keep user files or not, and keep it enrolled in Intune. And then we have a few more options available underneath the ellipsis at the end. And those are all pretty self-explanatory. A lot of stuff with Defender. If you're using Defender, rename the device from here, but we'll show you in a second. You can rename the device in a different location, locate the device if that has that capability, and, run remediation. That's in preview mode. So those are options from the ellipsis. Notice also at the Essentials section, you have all the summary information. You have listed the ownership. You can see it's corporate. It's a corporate device. Device name, who it's enrolled by, who the primary user is, whether the device is compliant or not, and some other stuff. Last check-in time. Some really important summary information in here that you can get all of it at a quick glance. When we click on the properties category, we're going to be able to see some of this information we see here, but also have the ability to change it. So just a few quick things in here. You can rename the device from here, which is very convenient. You can change the device ownership from personal to corporate or vice versa. Typically, you're only changing it to corporate from personal, but you can change it right here. You can also change the primary user when the device is reassigned. Typically, though, you would go through a computer refresh and that user would sign into the user, but it might not change the primary user when you do that anyway, so you might have to change the primary user. Or also remove the primary user. Very important things to understand that you can do from here. If you have created and assigned a properties catalog configuration policy, when you go into Resource Explorer, you will see all sorts of information on the system. Ton of stuff. Now, this does take up to 24 hours. And unfortunately, I did assign this, create the policy and assign it, but I haven't waited 24 hours. So I'm not getting any information yet. So it can take up to 24 hours for that info to sync. We'll see at the end if it comes in. Not too important that we actually see the information, just to know it's there and how long it takes. But some really helpful information. So again, you have to create a properties catalog configuration policy and assign it. And then you'll get this information within 24 hours. But you will get the hardware information right off the bat without having to configure any sort of policy. So we can click on that. This happens to be a virtual machine, so it's going to be pretty generic in my scenario. Any apps that are discovered will show up underneath discovered apps. Does a pretty good job at that. And their versions. Very great way to actually check on a device. Even apps that you didn't deploy through Intune. So that's a really nice feature. And then the next two categories are really the most important for what we've deployed for policies, both compliance and configuration, to check on the status of those, whether they, were successful or failed, or whether it even recognizes that they got assigned at all. So let's go into device compliance and take a look at which compliance policies we see there. The default device compliance policy will always show up. Any additional compliance policies that you have configured and assigned for that device or user will show up additionally. Now, it's important to understand that if you have created a conditional access policy that says the device has to be compliant, every single compliance policy that you have assigned has to pass compliance Otherwise, the conditional access policy will block access to the whatever applications are in there in the conditional access policy, which are typically the Microsoft apps. So they all have to pass if you are using a conditional access policy that says, in order to get access to the corporate apps, it has to pass compliance policies. If we click on these, we can get some more information. So we see all the settings in this basic compliance custom policy that I have configured, and it says that they're all compliant. But if for some reason one of them failed, it'd show you that, and you could click on it and find out some more information on why it failed. Clicking on the default one, what you're really looking at is, does it have a compliance policy assigned, and is it active, and enrolled user exists. If it doesn't have a compliance policy assigned, then you can go back to your other compliance policies and say, oh, did I forget to assign it? Or is the user or device not in the right group for assignment? Those kind of things. Taking a look at the device configuration policies, it's going to list every single configuration policy that we have assigned to either the user or the device through a group or through all devices or all users. And we can click on any one of those again, and we can take a look at each one of the settings to see what failed or succeeded. So let's say that we went to BitLocker Windows and it said that it failed for the system account or the user account. We'd go in here, we'd click on whichever setting had failed, and we'd click on it to get some more information on that. But in this case, I've made sure that I've set up everything correctly so that they all pass. And I have none that are failing, so there's really nothing to troubleshoot in here. Moving down to recovery keys, these are the BitLocker recovery keys and packages that we said had to be stored in Azure Active Directory before the drive is encrypted. We can click on Show Recovery Key, and underneath Show Recovery Key, we can unhide it, where it says Show, which is not really that necessary. The most important thing is to copy it to clipboard so that if there is a triggered BitLocker recovery during boot where the computer cannot boot without the recovery key, you can copy to clipboard and then copy and paste to a text editor of your choice, and you've got the BitLocker key to provide during the recovery process. So if we simply paste into there, we've got the recovery key. So it's very important that you validate that these, that the BitLocker has actually, the policy is actually applied through the device configuration, but that you also got the recovery key and you can copy and paste that. It's a very, very important thing because you don't want to lose access to that drive to boot the operating system. And even though we redirect folders and map drives and all that kind of stuff, the user always has a tendency to store files in weird locations, and if they can't access their their drive, then they lose them. So very, very important. And we scroll down to managed apps. And these are the apps that we have deployed through Intune, as opposed to the discovered apps, which just grabs everything that is already installed on the device. So we'll take a look at that. It's going to list all the applications that you've deployed and assigned to that computer, either through, again, all devices, all users, or a group that includes the device or user. And if you don't see the application that you think should have been installed, then you've got to go back and look at the application deployment and take a look at the assignments. Notice I've got 2 in here. Underneath the intent, the resolved intent, that's kind of important because one of them I have as a required install and one of them I have as available if they want to choose to install that. So underneath the installation status, you see that the Microsoft emulator says available for install, and the company portal app says not applicable, and I'll explain that. The company portal app is not applicable because I was sick of waiting for the company portal app to install through Intune for the demo, so I installed it manually on the computer, and that's why it says not applicable. But if we actually clicked on that, what we're going to see on any of these is a checklist of all the steps that it goes through. So let's say that one failed, an application failed. It's going to give us a checklist of all the steps it went through, and it's going to give you more information on the failure steps in the error code. So very important to know that you can check this for any application that fails or is in a pause state or something to find out what's happening with that application deployment to troubleshoot it. Under enrollment, when we click on that, we can see the enrollment state, and we can see how it was enrolled. So this device actually was enrolled through Autopilot as a hybrid join device. And yes, I have a whole separate video on Autopilot with hybrid Active Directory and Entra ID / Azure ID, enrollment, and that whole procedure. So you can check out my video on that. So that's pretty much all the major stuff looking at the Windows device from the Intune end. Let's take a look at the device from the actual device end with Intune. So we triggered a BitLocker recovery, so we can show you what that's like. And there's only a few things on the computer end, the device end in Windows that I want to show you. So if we go to the Start menu and we search for Worker School, and click on Access Worker School, you'll notice 2 accounts over here on the right hand side if you're hybrid AD, Azure AD joined. One for Entra ID, Azure AD, and one for your Active Directory domain. If we click on the Entra ID and click on Info, it's going to give you all the information on the synchronization and connection to Entra ID for this computer. And if we go to the sync button, we can force a sync between this computer and Entra ID to get the latest policies and everything else synced up. We can also create a report to send for diagnostic information to our IT admin. So we've got a couple of different options in there. We're going to go ahead and click on sync and let that run for a little while. This can take several minutes. And then when it finishes, underneath device sync status, it'll tell you last attempted sync was successful. And the date and time, if there were an issue, a problem, then it would tell you that it failed, and you would have to probably create a report or do some more advanced diagnostical troubleshooting, like looking at log files. So we can create the report by clicking on Create Report. And then it tells you where it's going to go. And then you would just export and then go to that location to grab the export to hand to your IT admin. And it's that simple. So you're probably wondering where those log files are for the sync. If we open up File Explorer and we type in this location right here, we will get to the log files. So we'll go ahead and hit enter on that. And there are our log files. So if we're a technician, we could open those ourselves, take a look at them, see what's going on, or we could hand those to our technician for troubleshooting purposes. This is especially important and specific to the sync agent and syncing the policies and all that kind of stuff. And lastly, let's take a look at the company portal app on the Windows end. So this is the home screen. We also have the app screen. We've got downloads and updates screen, if there's any available downloads and updates. We have a list of all of our devices for who we're signed in as. Then we've got help and support. That'll give us help and support information for our organization. Now that we've given it some time, I did want to jump back really quickly and just take a look at the Resource Explorer. It had populated the information. Remember I said it could take up to 24 hours, but it's only been, I don't know, maybe 8 or so hours. Now this is a virtual machine, so it's not going to have a ton of information that a physical machine would have. But if we take a look through some of this information that's gathered, really nice information here. It's gathered my BIOS information, CPU, disk drive, encryptable volume, all that information, logical drives, memory information. Of course, that's dynamic memory that I've allocated on my virtual machine. Network adapter, all the information on my network adapters, operating system version, the build number, install date of the build number. There's no SIM information, system enclosure. I don't think that's really relevant since it's a virtual machine, but it's giving me some generic information. Time zone, TPM. It's using a software TPM, the Internet of Things, video controller information, Windows QFE information, the quality features, which hotfixes were installed. A lot of really great stuff here from the Resource Explorer. So that really wraps up our demo on Windows. Next, we're going to go jump right into the demo for Android. So now let's take a look at the Intune side of the Android configuration. The compliance policies, the configuration profiles, and all that kind of stuff. And you'll see in a minute that we're actually using in this demo a BYOD, a personally owned device with a work profile. So let's go ahead and take a look at devices. And underneath devices, let's go to Android. And this is an enrolled device. So on overview, that category on the left-hand side, we still have a lot of the same options that we saw in Windows on the top, but not quite as much. There's, of course, retire, delete. There's an additional one for remote lock. So if I were going to pull in my screen of my Android device that's managed as an enrolled device and hit that remote lock, let's see what happens. Let's click on lock. Let's go back to my device and give it just a minute. And voila, the device is locked. The remote lock worked because it's enrolled. Even as a personally owned device, remember we have a certain amount of control over the device when it enrolls. So I'm going to have to unlock this device to get back into it. We can also do a sync, reset passcode, and here's a cool one, send custom notification. So if we do that, let's see what happens. So I have given it a title and a body, and I'm going to push send, and let's see what happens on the device when I do that. There we go. We get a notification on the device through the company portal app, and it pops up in our toast notifications, and it'll tell us the message from a company, and we can click on it for more information. So that's a pretty cool feature when your device is managed, even as a BYOD, personally owned device, when it's enrolled. When we go to properties, we still have a little bit in there that we can configure, but not so much as a BYOD device. We cannot change the device name as we could for a corporate device. We can, however, change how that shows up in Intune underneath management name. We can change the device category and the device ownership. However, if we go to corporate, I suspect, I've never done this, full transparency, that on a BYOD device, it's going to prompt that user device for permissions to allow that device to be changed to corporate. So we're going to leave that as personal. And because it's personal, we can't change the primary user or remove the primary user. So moving on to hardware, very similar to what we've seen in the Windows demo. Going to give us all the hardware information. Good to know. Underneath discovered apps, anything that's on that device, regardless of what we have deployed to Intune. And this is curious. I just noticed this. Maybe on BYOD, it cannot grab all the applications. Not sure. Have to look that one up. Maybe in the comment section, leave me a comment and we can discuss this and investigate a little bit further. I have not noticed that before. Just as in Windows, the two big ones are device compliance and device configuration. That's where all your policies that you push are going to show up. So taking a look at device compliance first. Again, the default device compliance policy is always going to be there. And if we've done our compliance policy settings correctly, we're going to require an assignment of a compliance policy. So I've got one that I've assigned called Android Personally Owned Compliance. And remember, just as in Windows that we've reviewed already, every single compliance policy has to be compliant if you're going to enforce compliance through a conditional access policy for access to your corporate apps and thus your corporate data. If we're to click on one of these, especially the one that I configured with custom settings, we would see more information. Every setting that I required in this custom compliance policy will give me a state, and if there's a failure, then I can click on it and get some more information. But they're all compliant. I made sure that this would all work. And looking at the default compliance policy, what we see is, yes, it has a compliance policy assigned, is active, and enrolled user exists. Next is device configuration. These are our configuration profiles / policies. And so we will see any configuration policies that have been applied to either the user or the device. If we click on the policy we will get some more information on all the settings inside of the policy that have either succeeded or failed. And then you could click on each one of those settings, of course, to get some more information on what happened along the way and the steps along the way. And lastly, clicking on Managed Apps, we see all the apps that we've deployed, either to all devices or all users, or specific groups that include specific devices or specific users. And of course, just for this device or this user, we're going to see the apps that are deployed to this device, depending on the user that is on this device or the device itself. Of course, we're going to want to make sure that all the applications that we intended are either available or have been required to install. So we can check out the version, of course, but the resolved intent tells us whether it was just available or required. And then the installation status tells us whether it's installed or not. So for instance, we have an available without enrollment that's installed. We have an available without enrollment that's not installed because the user just simply chose not to install it. We have a required install that's installed. And then another one with the same thing, available installed without enrollment and not installed. So if there's required apps that are failing, then what you need to do on the required install is to click on it and look at the steps along the way and determine where it failed. And I'd just like to illustrate one last thing on BYOD devices, specifically with the personal and work profiles. You will see at the top here separate tabs for work and also for personal profiles. So if you switch between, you will see which apps are protected with your work profile and which apps are protected or are not protected and are in your personal profile and have zero control by your corporation. I do realize that this video has been extremely lengthy, but I wanted it to be as comprehensive as possible. Please check out my other videos on my channel. Hit the like button, subscribe, and click on alerts for notifications on new video content. Feel free to share my channel or any video content. It does help out immensely. Leave a comment and I'll try to reply as best I can. Good luck on your Intune career. This does wrap up our Intune video guide.